Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to the Rec Room Underground here in the Mile High City, Denver, Colorado, as the Colorado Open begins its coverage today with Ultimate Pool USA. Stephen Jameson, Stephen Wyatt here with you. And Steve, we've got to talk, before we talk about the Open, which we will, and we'll do a lot of previewing, we've got to row back just an evening and talk a little bit about the Colorado shootout. If you weren't with us yesterday, Justin Bergman securing Ultimate Pool gold for the first time, winning the shootout in some style as well. It was an amazing moment. Looked like it meant a lot to him and a lot to quite a few people watching around the arena as well.
Well, there's a lot to unpack there. Bergman, the first American to hoist one of those trophies, and the three words I kept seeing were Bergman is back. But you know something about that final, if you go back and watch it, he didn't miss a ball, not one.
It's flawless.
Absolutely flawless performance. Tom Cousins
was also flawless, by the way.
Never got the opportunity to really get up there.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's what this is about. You have to control the table, and Bergman controlled the table.
Yeah, he did, and he did it beautifully as well. Really, really impressive performance from Justin Bergman. And we'll see him in action later on today as well, as we take a look at what we can look ahead to here on day number one of the Colorado Open. We've got 2 days of coverage coming up for you over the course of the next couple of days, and lots to look forward to. We start with a cracker. Joven BUSTAMANTE is taking on David Matlock. We'll talk about that in just a moment. We'll then see Jordan Shepherd against Kevin Guimond, Justin Bergman, then in action against Jordan Chapman. Tom Cousins has Petrick, Chris Reinhold, Grant Berg, and we round out the afternoon session with Chris Melling versus Nick Waughtal. What is the game that you are jumping off the page for here, Steve?
So there's actually two. The first one's going to be Tom Cousins and Petrick. Petrick, probably not a name that a lot of people know about. He's 14 years old, from the Houston area. He's a great kid, and he gets an opportunity to get on the table with one of the best. And I know whatever happens, he's going to enjoy it, but obviously being 14 years old and being against a champion like Tom, he's going to want to come out and make a big boom. Also, another name that we might not know is Kevin Guimond. Kevin, I've run into him all over the place. He's a great player, and I think that match is going to be a little closer than it might look on paper.
Yeah, and we're expecting more of the same. We saw it in the shootout yesterday that leads and all that sort of thing don't tend to mean a huge amount out in this arena. Different format today. It won't be anywhere near as brutal sort of shot clock and match clock wise, but you've still got to get the matches won, and I'm excited to see how they go. We start with the cracker, really. It's the tie of the round for me, and Joven BUSTAMANTE and David Matlock. Both of these guys were in the shootout yesterday, so considered really the top sort of 16 players in the Open event. They've drawn each other early. Not a nice draw for either, but a chance to showcase.
Dave Matlock put on the human highlight reel yesterday. He made so many amazing shots, and he played aggressive, which I think is the way you should play this format with the shot clock and the match clock. Our match clock for the Open is 40 minutes, so it's not too much more time, so I think we'll see a lot of that 15-second shot clock, but as we saw yesterday, Dave didn't really let it bother him.
No, it didn't, and we saw as well Joven yesterday didn't really get much of an opportunity to show us what he can do. Struggled with the break a lot. That's something that has to change, because we saw it last night in the shootout final. If you can't get your break to work, it doesn't matter how good you are. Yeah. If you can't get opportunities, you're going to struggle to win matches.
Well, and Joven is one of those guys that I've run into a lot of places. He's from Arizona. A lot of people know the name. The showing that he had yesterday is not the Joven BUSTAMANTE that you're going to see most of the time. He just had a rough time on the table. I think we'll see a much better version of him today, because he's probably got a little bit of drive now, a little bit of fire under him to come out and perform. So I think it's going to be a great match to open the show.
Yeah, it really should be. Loads going on around the venue here at the Rec Room Underground. We'll keep you abreast of all the big scores that are coming in around the first couple of rounds here in the Colorado Open. But in the meantime, it's time to head to our first match. It should be a belter. Joven BUSTAMANTE taking on David Matlock, live and next. Here we go, everyone. Welcome to the first match of the day here in the Colorado Open. Joven BUSTAMANTE breaks off to get us going, and we mentioned his break in the preamble there. It's going to be a bit of a factor in today's match, we expect. That's a good start.
Well, and the question is, what kind of factor will it have? Is it going to be a negative or a positive? And right this second, it looks like it'll work out well. Stephen Wyatt and Stephen Jamison here in your first match. A little bit of a change from our previous tournaments. Our match clock is now 40 minutes. And it's going to add a little pressure to these players. Pretty excited about this. The Open is always a fun event because you get to see a plethora of different players. Maybe some that you're not familiar with. It's always fun to see somebody you've never seen before and they come out and they put on a great performance. And I think we might see a little bit of that at some point today. But I think we know what Joven is capable of. One of the highest rated players in the state of Arizona. His up score would probably be around 740, 750 if we're talking about Ultimate Pool USA League play. So very high-end player. Needs a little bump here. That's not going to get it there. He's going to be kicking at this ball. Problem is, where do you kick it? You got to just go for the hit. Watch out for the 8 ball. If you catch the 6 early, it might. Oh, that's unfortunate there. He had a great opportunity. He just had a little bit of a miss hit. And we're going to get to see Dave Matlock continue to do what he did last night.
Yeah, the bar box legends takes to the table again. As we heard yesterday, he's had a bit of a new lease of life with the game in the last couple of months with the 2 events that the Ultimate Pool USA have put on.
Yeah, he's really enjoyed this type of tournament. spoke with Adam Williams at the last event and said he wishes this type of event was around 50 years ago. But even at Mr. Matlock's age now, he's done pretty well for himself. Quarterfinals of the Kansas City Open, and last night we see him in the semifinals going out to the eventual winner, Mr. Justin Bergman. And this is a good start for him here, 1-0 on Joven BUSTAMANTE.
Yeah, nice start from Dave Matlock, and such an experienced campaigner. Nothing's going to phase him out there. One thing that was the question, at least when he first started playing Ultimate Pool USA events, was would all the sort of the fun and games, if you like, the added the clock, the arena, all that sort of stuff. It is a little right.
And there's a when they see the changes for the rules and the format, is I don't know if I'm going to like this. And generally that all changes when they get to the table. Oh no. Oh, he didn't scratch, but he didn't make a ball either, did he? Well, could have been disaster, but that cue ball just inching towards the pocket. So Joven's going to have an opportunity to
brave line that he played that one.
I lost my breath on that one a little bit. That 8-ball came ridiculously close to that side pocket. That's the great thing about this format is we talked about yesterday, it's for the spectators, for the fans, for the excitement. This is a little bit more for the players. Now there's still that excitement. The shot clock is going to drop down to 15 seconds if we hit that 10-minute mark. The races are a little bit longer. More tack. But it's not to say that we won't see that 15-second shot clock and that excitement of the possibility of a 6-ball shootout. Just less likely than it would have been yesterday.
Yeah. And I think the way that, especially in the early rounds, these matches are structured, and it doesn't actually follow in this particular game here between Joven and Dave. Two very, very solid players playing against each other, but a lot of the rest of the early round matches here on this Saturday do feature, you know, some very, very big hitters against some players who might be having their very first arena time out there with Ultimate Pool USA. Some youngsters, some lesser known players. It's not to say that they can't spring an upset, but to say that it is unlikely. We saw a similar situation in Kansas City.
And it's one of those things that a great shot there by Joven, taking the rack. It's going to be 1-1, around 35 minutes on the clock. And I like to watch the clock, guys, because I like to see the difference in nerves from when they start the match, when there's still 30-plus minutes, and then maybe when it gets down to that 10-minute mark. These guys are going to be comfortable with it. They're going to be aware of what's coming.
Yeah.
Maybe some of your other players today, if it gets down to that point, it can be a rattling thing mentally. So I'm pretty excited. We've got a bunch of great matches. Jordan Chapman from the Kansas City, or from the Missouri area, excuse me. He's going to be playing Justin Bergman, a player that might not have had this spotlight on him before. I'm anxious to see that, as well as the young man from Houston, Shane Petrick, against the absolute monster Tom Cousins. Only went out to Justin Bergman, who played flawless last night.
Yeah, and it's worth pointing out as Joven's break woes continue. And it's worth pointing out, if you didn't see the shootout last night and you just saw the score maybe, and you think, oh, Justin Bergman won 6-1 against Tom Cousins. Oh, well, that just shows you can't teach American pool to those Brits and all the rest of it. Worth pointing out, it was a 6-1 finish. It was a flawless game. Neither player made a mistake in open table. Tom Cousins just couldn't get his break to work, and that is all she wrote. Tom had one visit to the table. He took it. He took a very tough finish out, actually, and that was all he had to go on. And a huge amount of credit must go to Justin Bergman, who, yes, he got the lion's share of the chances, but my goodness me, did he take them well.
Yeah, and that was a tough match for Tom, and obviously he's going to be a little annoyed with it, but he can't really be too upset because, again, the only issue he had was his break.
Yeah, he's not done anything wrong. You know, we had a scenario in the English 8-ball World Championship final this summer. Amazing final, ridiculous standard, and the player who lost in a race to 11, as Dave Matlock goes 2-1 up here, didn't actually make a mistake. Played flawless and was actually, I think, 7-2 up in that game at the interval. Was flying, didn't actually make a mistake. So, as tough as that defeat was to take, losing an enormous final like that, he was magnanimous enough to say, well, look, you know, maybe I can feel a bit sore that fate hasn't allowed me the opportunities, but I've got to be proud of myself because I've played in a big match and I've played perfectly. There's nothing more I could have done.
Absolutely. Well, you know what I love about this venue? So when we were in Kansas City, we had a large area. It was great. There were so many people around. This is a little smaller, but the excitement is still in the air. People are crowded around the arena.
Oh, you can still feel it, yeah.
And, you know, day one was phenomenal. Day two is going to be great. And then obviously we're going to crown 3 champions on day 4. And we're featuring the Open, but we also have the juniors and the women's championship that will be on to day 3. And returning champions Kaden Herbach and Sophia Mast trying to come and defend their title. That's exciting. Obviously, Chris Melling here to defend his. So all 3 champions come back to try and say, hey, I'm still here. I love it. Uh-oh. That's not a good position to be in.
I think he's still got a shot. He can go up to the 1, but it's not easy from here. His biggest issue isn't continuing this visit; it's developing the 6.
And I think there was just a little lapse of judgment, maybe not taking enough care on the shot prior to that one, because he kind of bumped the 6 into a bad spot. But as we saw yesterday, Mr. Matlock is creative as creative can be.
Well, he's going to have to be here. He's not where he wanted to be. I wonder if his plan was originally to land the cue ball pretty much where the 8 is and maybe play the 5 off the 11. He's still going to try and do that, which is a much tougher shot. The issue was because he had to play it such a way, he's still not really on this 6.
Let's not put this out of the realm of going 6-ball to the rail off the 15 or off the 14 into the corner. It is possible. And that's what he tried. He just didn't get contact on the 15 ball. He's not left Joven the best of opportunities, but here's a good opportunity for Joven to say, hey, I can get out of this.
Yeah, it's not an easy chance, but he's got complete control of the rack here. The 15 and the 10 ball are a little awkward together, but he's got a lovely little angle to bump into them now if he wants to.
I actually kind of like, well, there's the bump, and that's good.
I like that shot because it was a free shot. He knew he was always going to be on the 12. Wasn't guaranteed to land nicely on the 10 and the 15, and he hasn't really, but the 12 was always there. He's still going to be able to take the 10, which is nice.
And you can see the nice little line he's got here. The ball in the corner, he just shot to the 12, to the 9, to the 15. It's a perfect around the corner kind of pattern to get to the 8 ball. Well, and he goes a different way.
Yeah, slightly surprised to see that.
He may be more comfortable with this shot to get onto the 8 ball, but I'm not sure I liked the going to that 15 ball first. I think he had unnecessary cue ball movement.
Yeah, I don't. He's played that on such a line that he's almost tried to move the 9, but he's not played it with enough pace to really do anything with it. So I can only assume that he's played to land on it. It's just not a very good shot from Joven, really.
And he's going to have to really make something happen here. This ball does cut. Our referee keeping a very close eye.
Oh, it's such a good shot, you know. That's such a good shot.
Well, I can't fault his line too much because he's going to win this rack, I believe.
I'll fault the line. I won't fault the shot, though. The recovery was pretty special. The shot before wasn't much good, and I think Joven, if he could have that back so he didn't have to play the hero shot there on the 9 up the rail, I think he would. But in the end, he gets out of dodge with the rack on the board. It's 2-2, and both players have just fallen short a couple of times here. It's been far from a perfect game from either player, which makes it a good watch for us.
And you saw there, he kind of put his hand on his head and just kind of, oh, what was that? Because he knows he can do better. He knows he can perform at a very high level, and that, unfortunately, that the shape he played for that shot was not at the highest of levels.
Well, it was almost like he played half of 2 shots. He played the line of the bump, but the pace of the position.
Yeah. And you know, it's not a hard thing to think that the table may be playing a little differently than it was yesterday at this time. I think Joven was one of the later matches in the day. He was probably on around 3 o'clock maybe?
Yeah, he was the first match on the right side of the bracket. Yeah,
okay, so then maybe it was even earlier, maybe 1 o'clock. So the table may be playing a little differently now, so he might still be having those, okay, I got to figure out how this is going to react situations.
Well, one thing with Joven is, whilst he had some table time yesterday, he didn't have loads. His break struggled to get him into the match, and he was always chasing.
Yeah,
didn't really get a chance to settle out there, is my point.
Had a little bit of a unknown factor with Gabe Owen coming in as a replacement for Joey Gray, and Gabe played phenomenal.
Yeah.
Of course, Gabe took out Joven and played very, very well, and then we saw an absolute masterclass of a match between Gabe Owen and David Matlock. So that was a fun one to watch. And guys, I absolutely will recommend, when we take a break, or maybe later tonight when we're done for the day and you guys still want to watch some more pool, if you didn't watch the shootout, it's live on Facebook and YouTube. Go watch that. It is incredible. Again, Justin Bergman with the flawless performance on the win, hoists the trophy. And I'm sure Justin's looking to add a second trophy to that. We haven't had a winner win both events yet, but I think Justin Bergman is more than capable of taking down the Open as well.
Well, you wouldn't bet against him, would you? There's still a long way to go. There's plenty of there's plenty of good players in the tournament, but Justin will be right at the top of the list in terms of the favourites,
as well as Tom Cousins, who we saw in the final last night.
Yeah, and plenty of others as well. One thing that I like about the Open event is you do get that little bit of time to build into your form. The shootout can be a bit brutal. You get no margin for error. You can play 3 loose frames, or maybe even 1 loose frame, and find yourself out the entire tournament despite playing really well all day. Thinking maybe of someone like a Ricky Evans who had one bad patch all day really and got himself bumped out. He's still running in the Open. Will be a danger to anyone.
Yeah, you know, the other thing I really like about the Open event is obviously, as a league operator for Ultimate Pool USA, if you're one of those league operators, you unfortunately cannot play in the league, but you can play in these open events. And I think today we have 5, maybe 6 league operators playing.
Yeah.
And we're actually going to get to see one of those league operators here in a little while. Mr. Kevin Guimond is the league operator up in, I believe, in the Northeast, maybe Massachusetts. I don't want to get that wrong, but I know Kevin's a great player in his own right and is going to do well with the Ultimate Pool League up there. And if you're interested in Ultimate Pool in your area and you don't have a league operator, please, please, please reach out to us. We'll make it happen. We want Ultimate Pool USA League to grow. Really is a great format with a lot of money on the line at the end of the year.
Yeah, the more leagues, the more teams that we have, the bigger the prize pot keeps getting. It's, the motto for the players is very much being adhered to. There's a lot to get back from all the time and effort.
I think we could put a team together, me and you.
I'm not sure how well that would go. You'd have to do a lot of heavy lifting there. Now look where Dave Matlock has placed this cue ball. He's almost cueing off the top rail. But, I mean, that's the best break he's hit so far, so maybe there's a bit of a secret there.
So the spot he broke from, it's 1 diamond up, 1 diamond out. That's where I like to break, but I'm going into the head ball like that can be dangerous because a lot of times it sends the cue ball towards the side pocket, but he found a big enough pop that it just didn't happen. That was Joven's issues yesterday, as he was trying to get that pop.
Yeah, and riding those side pockets hard, wasn't he?
Yeah.
So stripes the balls for Dave Matlock, and just look how well they've unfolded. That was a dream break for him, really.
Yeah, he couldn't have hit it much better. And that's the break he's going to need because he is down 1 game to Joven. This is a race to 7. Oh, and he just overcut it. You know what the bad part is Joven really doesn't have a great shot here. He's got 1 ball that he can see all of, and it may be a ball that he can make, but if you're starting this pattern, I don't think you want to start with the 6 or the 4.
Look how much left-hand side he's playing this with.
Oh, and he absolutely just crushed that shot.
That was such an impressive shot.
Yeah.
It was almost like, you know, watching on like one of those sort of like mini clip style games where you just put the aim all the way to the left of the ball.
Yeah.
You know, that works in theory, but execution in real life, that's an incredibly difficult technique he's just used.
Well, and the amount of left English he put on that ball helped him to throw the 6 ball into the pocket, but it's not something that I'm ever going to try because I would butcher the shot so bad.
Oh, yeah, so easy to miscue.
And what started off as a very rough pattern, Joven was able to make a great shot and really get into line here. He just needs to now take it 1 shot at a time.
This is the key shot here. It's okay. He's played a very safe route, but the 2 don't link up beautifully here. 9 could be a bit of a problem for him.
And I like this with, yeah, just the stun to go to the rail.
Yeah, he's not tried to do too much there, which I think was the right call. Played that well. Joven's heating up. Dave Matlock has made a couple of mistakes in this match, and it doesn't take much, and all of a sudden Joven leads by 2 clear here, and Dave Matlock not quite on the brink yet, but Joven Bustamante is edging closer to busting Dave down to the B side.
And as we expected with the shot clock, it's not been a factor yet. But the match clock is down. Look at this. Here we have our beautiful lineup for our first session. Of course, Joven and David playing. Jordan Shepard and Kevin Guimond. Justin Bergman, Jordan Chapman. Tom Cousins and the young man Shane Petrick. Chris Reinhold, who didn't really get a great opportunity in the shootout yesterday, versus Grant Berg. And of course, the magician Chris Melling versus Nick Waughtal is going to round out our first session. It's going to be a great morning of pool.
Joven saved from the scratch.
Yeah, he got a really nice little bump there off the 6 that saved him. We got a little bit of an issue here with the 12 and the 3, but he can take that and move it right now. Pretty safely as well. Just like that. And that's the one shot that he needed to have the opportunity to get out here, and I think he's going to. What a beautiful shot that was.
Played that so nicely. Made that look a lot easier than it was.
It's always nice when you see these guys play and you watch them play. And most of the shots they're shooting, you think, oh, I can do that.
Yeah.
I'm a decent player. I can probably do that. But that shot right there was such a touchy shot, and he played it with such perfect speed. I promise it was a lot easier than it actually is. As far as looks goes, it looked very, very easy.
Joven seating up here. This is finally the Joven Bustamante performance that plenty were expecting to see in the shootout yesterday.
Yeah, had Joven played like this yesterday, it very possibly could have been Justin Bergman versus Joven Bustamante in the semifinals, and then who knows what happens after that. So
sometimes all about just finding that consistency, though. That's sometimes the hardest thing to do. But you can't be grumbling too much at how he's played in this match. Bit of a touchy start, but that was the same for both players. But Dave Matlock hasn't really recovered from that, whereas Joven has kicked on and has started to show us exactly what he can do.
yeah, and Joven, a lover of all games. He's from the Philippines. Of course, we know the Philippines have a rich history of playing pool.
Yeah, they certainly do.
He currently lives in Arizona. Joven ran around with a gentleman by the name of Roland Garcia for quite a while. Roland, of course, one of the great Filipinos.
All right then, Dave Matlock, what have you got for us? 5-2 to race to 7. This is where it needs to start to just change a little bit and turn around for Dave Matlock. One good shot, everything open, and now he can get to work.
You know, Dave is very quick on his execution. I feel like in Kansas City, I feel like he was a little slower, a little more methodical. Seems like his pace of play has really bumped up a notch. And I'm wondering if maybe that's helping him a little bit with this resurgence like we talk about.
Maybe. We saw it a lot. I'm going to say the reason why I sort of compare the two games as different as they are, as Dave's short here. Talk about this in a minute. Dave's got a big shot to play. Oh, how well has he played it there? Cue ball.
Oh no, that's a bad luck roll right there, because he hit it very well. He just put a little bit too much juice on it, and just a little curve off that rail. These are slick tables. Or this table is slick, so that English taking a second to hook on the cue ball. And Joven's gonna look to get on the hill here, and he's got a pretty.
Yeah, I don't think he's missing
layout.
these. Yeah, this is as tic-tac-toe as it comes.
He's starting to learn.
My American vernacular's coming along.
Tic-tac-toe.
A roadmap, some might say.
The roadmap. Well, and this particular roadmap is as simple as can be, and that's the key. That's the difference between any amateur and any professional. There's two big ones, and it's consistency and simplicity. If you can be consistent and you can take the simplest out possible, that's generally how you win.
Joven Bustamante climbs the hill against Dave Matlock. Been a really good performance this from Joven.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, David Matlock not done too many things wrong, but just enough to put him in the situation where he's down. You know, he's in a rough spot. He's going to have a very, very, very good play, as well as hopefully a mistake from Joven if he wants to get back in this.
Yeah, it's a long, long way back for him now, you got to feel.
But Dave's one of those guys, kind of like Tom Cousins. You can never look at him and tell if he's winning or losing. He looks very focused and just wanting an opportunity at the table. But Joven going to be breaking in a position to take the match. A good break and a good spread is what he needs here. And a ball down.
Slightly funky layout though. Couple of things to work out. 5 ball has gone and sat right on the 8. Top left corner pocket. Needs some negotiations. I think he's just actually asking a rules question of Mark Goff here. Dirty combos aren't allowed to start the rack. I say not allowed. You can play them. It just won't keep you at the table. So were Joven, for example, to play stripe onto solid here, pot the solid and not the stripe, he would just turn the table over to Dave Matlock.
Uh-oh.
He's in trouble. He was not sure what to do there.
Wow.
He's played a pretty good shot considering. I just wonder if there's a shot he might be able to manufacture here where he plays off the 4 into the top left side.
Well, I don't mind just playing the 4 into the 12.
Yeah,
into
that's what
the 7, yeah.
Yeah. I'm thinking he could do that with the cue ball now if you wanted to.
You're 100% right on that. And a little bit of firepower to move the 8 ball. That's what he was trying to do, is just simply move the 5. But
Oh, he's had some run there, though, as Joven. He really has had some run. Because whilst he's promoted the solid by the 8 ball, he hit a pretty wild shot, and he's actually not made anything.
oh, look at this. Matlock going back to his chair. I thought the 6 ball was going to fall. You know, Dave got very, very lucky there because he fired at that kick. He could have broken up the 1 ball for Joven. Oh, no. Well, here's what's happened here. This is not a rule that you're going to see a whole lot in the UK because most of the guys know it, but it is going to happen here. You cannot play an intentional foul. And Joven has gone to the table with not much to see and has pocketed one of Dave Matlock's balls. An intentional foul. It is a loss of game.
Yeah, that's he looked a little bit perplexed by it all, but yeah, pretty standard stuff for international 8-ball rules, which does have a few very minor differences to American 8-ball sort of traditional rules, if you like. But that is one of the big ones. I must say, it's one that I like. You shouldn't be allowed just to put your opponent's ball to gain an advantage. I'm fully with international rules on this side. Yeah,
it's different for us because growing up playing pool, I was taught, okay, if you can't get out, think defensive. Well, sometimes the only defensive shot I have is maybe to tie up one of my opponent's balls.
It was the same in the UK for a long time. With very similar sort of gradual evolution in the rules, if you like.
But you know what I do like is that the idea of me, hurting somebody else's balls by tying them up, all it does is make the game longer. We're trying to start the game, play the game, and finish the game, not stall the game.
Yeah.
So I actually do like the rule. Sometimes I'm on the table and I look at it and I say, oh, it's the perfect time because I could get ball in hand. I could put myself in a position to win. But it does make sense because we want to push the game forward. We don't want to slow it down. It's already can be somewhat of a slow game. So I do indeed like the rule. One of those that Joven simply wasn't aware of.
And he won't make again.
That's the one thing about that rule is we have seen that rule come up before, unfortunately, and it's one that will stick in your mind for a very long time.
Dave Matlock knocks in the 8-ball, breaks and runs the next rack, and all of a sudden, Joven BUSTAMANTE will be looking over his shoulder.
Yeah, and one big error, more of a mental error than anything else.
You have to call it an error because ultimately you've got to expect the players to know the rules. It is a mistake.
Oh, absolutely. But it's a 2-game swing. That's a game that Joven could have worked out and attempted to win the match. Unfortunately, that didn't happen, and Dave Matlock comes to the table and gets out. That's a 2-game swing, and that's really going to put Joven in a situation. And the thing I hate about it is that in this match we've seen Joven play good, and if he doesn't win this match, the only thing he'll get remembered as is the fact that he played an intentional foul and it cost him the match.
Yeah, Dave Matlock's a wily old fox. He is not going to look a gift horse in the mouth. He's taken his free game. He's then broken and run one, and he's put Joven's break under a bit of pressure here. I'm not a betting man, Steve, but if I was, I think I'd have put quite a bit of money on that one coming dry because that's just how this game works.
When it rains, it pours, is what they say.
Dave Matlock looking to get back within one.
I do want to give a nice little shout out to Mark Goff because from what I understand, that's a rule that does not come up almost ever in Ultimate Pool in the UK. So for him to be able to notice it and call it immediately, it's probably something that he's not used to calling too many times.
I can't imagine he's ever called something like that. But the thing is it's strange because once you get used to that rule, as you know, I have been now for a very long time, is that's just such a flagrant foul. Like you just can't miss it. It's a strange one. It's almost quite jarring in a way. But I completely understand where Joven's coming from.
Yeah,
it's a very understandable mistake to make. But it's one that's going to cost him potentially very dearly here, because since he played that deliberate foul, he is going to lose 3 racks in next to no time. And David Matlock is breathing down his neck now. He's back within 1, and he has the break.
Well, this is a classic case of what you would call If you give somebody an inch, they're going to take it a mile. And Matlock was looking pretty bleak as far as his opportunities to win this match. And one thing just caused the entire rails to come off the track for Joven. And the question is, can he come back from it? Because while Matlock has this break, and he might break and run, Joven will have the hill break. And that's one of those things where he's going to have to buckle down, forget about what happened, and play his game to the best of his ability to win this match. 13 minutes on the clock. I highly doubt we are going to see that 15-second shot clock if Matlock keeps running the balls the way he has been.
Right then. No surprise to see Dave make a ball. Since he's moved to that location on his break, he's found good success with it. So he's looking at stripes here.
And he really does take no time to get around the table.
Well, this was the point I was going to make earlier. One thing we have noticed since in the shot clock and match clock era in the UK is the average speed of players has shot up quite a stark amount. You know, we've got plenty of old slow war horses in the UK who are used to taking, you know, minutes on every single shot. That's a lovely shot.
How creative was that?
That's so good from Dave.
Wow.
That's so good.
I might have tried like the carom off of it thin into the side, but I never would have thought to hit it fuller.
Oh, he's not come far enough.
Well, Dave gets another opportunity to be creative here because this is a big one. This is the staying in the match versus giving Joven an opportunity at the table while he's on the hill.
Thought for a second that cue ball was going to knock the 14 into the bottom left. What's he left? It's a chance for Joven. This is the chance that he probably feared that he might not get. An open run out to go and win the game.
Starting shot on the 7 ball. His biggest issue here is going to be getting to the 5 and the 2 and making them available. I believe the 5 can go in either corner pocket, but he's going to look at the... Oh, no.
Oh,
that's worst
fun.
case scenario.
That's the only spot on the table that he's completely dead in the water. It's not as even like he can play a hit and stick here because he's like touching ball on the 5.
Well, because of the touching ball rule, he could just roll one rail up the table, then back down, try and get behind this 1-8 area. If it is a touching ball, I believe it is.
Yeah, he could just go off the side rail and try and land the cue ball exactly where it is now, but that's risky.
Yeah, or just up against the 5 and the 2. I mean, there's stuff there. That's a good shot. Wow.
Well, he's played that perfectly. Very, very good shot.
Well, and that might be the shot that wins him this match that he was very close to losing. An immaculate story in this this match. The great play of Joven Bustamante, the foul that almost cost him everything, and now we're in a battle of attrition here to see who can get over the line. I made a bad call in the beginning of this. This was a what I thought was going to be a David Matlock run out at the beginning, but we are going to see that 15-second shot clock. So these decisions are going to have to come a little quicker for Joven and Matlock.
And Joven playing with his food a little bit here, but still holds the aces. Has he left Dave an edge here? Because if he has, Dave might think about potting this 14. I think he can cut this to the top left.
He's looking at cutting it in the top left and then going 3 rails maybe. And he's going to kick at the 13. Slick tables always kick a little funny. He hit it.
He did hit it. Just.
Wow.
I mean, he was looking to pot it. Let's not make any bones about that. But he'll take the outcome, I think. Joven's not got much to go at again. 15-second shot clock means there's even less time to think about it. He's left this.
Oh, that's not going to be good.
Oh, Dave Matlock just will not go away.
He's resilient.
Oh, no. Wow, well, yet more drama. That's amazing.
Well, this has just been a crazy match to start off the day. If this is how we are starting off the open event, I feel like me and you are going to be dead tired tonight.
Oh, that's incredible. That is amazing. Joven Bustamante surely will win it from here. And he will be, I imagine, a mighty relieved man to be getting away with this one.
Well, and in complete contrast of the last match we saw on this table, Justin playing perfect against Tom. Joven's going to win this match, but I don't know if he's going to be appreciative of his performance. Joven Bustamante takes it down 7-4. He's going to send Dave Matlock to the B side. What a match that was, Steven. I think we're going to get a quick word with Joven in the arena. Guys, don't go anywhere.
Ultimate Pool USA presents the Ultimate Pool USA League Grand Finals. You and your team climb the leaderboards for a shot of winning the $100,000 first prize. Survive the heart-pounding formats of match and shot clocks. Deliver for your teammates when it matters most. Track your progress with Ultimate Pool Score. All roads lead to the Grand Finals in October 2025, and your chance to claim a $100,000 first prize. And because our motto is for the players, all prizes are cash payouts. Begin your journey now and sign up to your local Ultimate Pool USA League. Ultimate Pool USA, for the players.
My brake tip is completely different from everything that is on the market. Combines the qualities of like a playing tip with a super powerful tip. It's like a tip on the steroids. You can open with less power and still have spin and split the pack perfectly, but you can go for the power braking and you still have control. You just need to know how to do it. A lot of players that they told me that because they use so less power on braking, they can focus on accuracy. And the rack always splits the way they want. And because they are not using the power, they keep that accuracy and its reliability. I believe that when you're going to buy something, you need to believe on it and buy it perfectly. And on my side, what I believe is, if I'm going to offer you something, it needs to be better than I was expecting before buying itself. It increases its It's fantastic. It's super good. And they are consistent. They still have power or more power than the normal tips, and they last. And that's what I want. It really feeds me on. When people say thanks and they like the product and they are happy, I feel joy to myself. It's not really just proud, it's just joy. I feel happy.
Welcome back into the arena where Joven BUSTAMANTE joins us. Joven, first of all, I can imagine you're feeling quite relieved right now.
Yeah. I got lucky on the. He have a lot of some mistake. That's why I think it's leading like 2-1 for him. Then he got a few mistakes, so I won like a 5 in a row. So, and also I'm still figuring out where I'm gonna break on the second ball on the rail. I don't know. So, but today it's working. So yeah.
It was. You're alluding to yesterday where we saw you in the shootout, and we didn't really see you in the shootout because the break kept you away from the table.
Yeah.
It was a brutal game for you, but today it did work, and we got to see a little bit of what you can actually do on the table.
Little change.
How pleased were you with how you played up until the foul, which we will talk about? But how you played generally was beautiful until then.
For today, yesterday, I'm still thinking I lost because of the break, not in the. I don't have any mistake, but I got a 2 dry break and 1 scratch. But today, a while ago, I just practicing the other table, so which one is working. So I try in the rail. So yeah.
I have to ask you about the foul because it's something that I can imagine you won't do again. But of course, it's a new rule set to a lot of players.
Yeah, I didn't know.
And you just played what would be what I imagine was quite a natural shot to play, until you knew. But you've been around this game a long time. You know what it can do to you. You were playing so perfectly up until that stage. Got yourself to the hill. How nervous did you start to get when David kept clawing back and back after that moment?
I'm just thinking if he won the last game, it's gonna be hill, and then I'm the one gonna break. I think there's an advantage for me. Yeah, but I feel nervous, and then also the shot clock going down to 15 seconds. So when I make a safety on the other one, so there's the 13 ball against the 13 ball. I got lucky, he got scratched. Yeah.
It was a crazy finish, but how relieved just to get the win in the end.
For now, I feel great. Yeah. Hopefully.
That's what we like to hear.
Yeah, continue. My game. Yeah.
And hopefully we'll see you back here later on. Congratulations on a big win,
Thank you so
Joven.
much.
And we've enjoyed watching you. We've got another match coming up for you in just a sec. There, Jordan Shepherd taking on Kevin Guimond in just a moment. Stay with us.
Ultimate Pool USA presents the Ultimate Pool USA League Grand Finals. You and your team climb the leaderboards for a shot of winning the $100,000 first prize. Survive the heart-pounding formats of match and shot clocks. Deliver for your teammates when it matters most. Track your progress with Ultimate Pool Score. All roads lead to the Grand Finals in October 2025, and your chance to claim a $100,000 first prize. And because our motto is for the players, all prizes are cash payouts. Begin your journey now and sign up to your local Ultimate Pool USA League. Ultimate Pool USA, for the players.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back, and we have a great match for you here on our second one. It's Kevin Guimond and Jordan Shepard. Kevin is a player that I'm very familiar with. I'll tell you a quick little story. Back when COVID happened, the state of Texas shut down. We were getting ready to have a big tournament, and they shut us down. We couldn't run any tournaments. And we were a little upset, so I ran an 8-man single elimination tournament at my house. Kevin came up from the Austin area, took down several big names. He's a great player, but he's got his hands full right now with Jordan Shepard. Stephen Wyatt and Adam Williams in the booth with you today, or for this match at least. We've got a ton of matches coming up, and we're going to slop in and out. I know Stephen Jameson does a phenomenal job in here, and I love listening to him talk through the racks. We're going to give him a little bit of a break now. Adam, what do you know about Mr. Kevin Guimond?
Yeah, I've been working with him quite a little bit. Him, George, and Mike have actually bought the franchisee for New England, so they are launching in New Jersey and Connecticut.
Oh, so he's an Ultimate Pool USA League operator.
Yeah, so they've we're just about to launch and announce, so they will be pushing hard already. They've already got teams signed up, and they've been attacking it already, even before we've launched, so they're going to be a great addition to the team. Well,
I'll tell you what, Kevin is a great player, and I know he has a lot of fans that enjoy watching him play, so I think he'll do well. And if he's got a team behind him, while I don't know them, obviously, if they're working with Kevin, he's going to be in a good position to really provide that New England area with the league and everything that it has to offer, including that $100,000 first prize that we're going to crown a champion next year. I absolutely can't wait for that. I've never been so excited for something that's a year away.
Right, yeah, I say it sounds like it's a long time away, but it'll come around quick.
Yeah, and speaking of coming around quick, we are just over 2 minutes into this match, and Jordan Shepard has made a great out here. He's going to take the 1-0 lead, and we'll get our first opportunity to see Kevin get in there. And what we've seen lately is it's really all coming down to the break. Looks like Kevin has a pretty good idea of where he's going, breaking from a similar spot that Gabe Owen was breaking from. The 2-ball goes down. Oh, it's a nasty rack.
Yeah, and so you kind of see that with the Americans. They're kind of doing that 10-ball front break, whereas most of the UK players, they seem to be bridging off the rail. And yeah, Kevin seems super comfortable on the shot clock too. He's already used his shot clock, and he's probably definitely been on a shot clock before by the looks of it.
Yeah, he has, and he can be a little bit more of a methodical player. So it'll be interesting to see how he deals with it. He likes to look at the table. He likes to look around. So he's just in a really bad spot here with the way these balls are sitting. Nothing that promotes trying to get out, that's for sure. And Jordan Shepherd here taking a little bit of a flyer, but it's a safe shot because there's still balls tied up.
Yeah, I think he's got a lot of safety with the 7 and 10 being tied up as well, so kind of opens his balls out, and it's not turned out too bad for him.
Kevin's already used extension, so he needs to be weary of that time clock now, especially when you get into the safety battle.
Yeah, and say as we've seen, it's these longer racks. There just seems to be a lot more on them when you use so much time. I think it's so important to win that rack when you do.
And Jordan's going to have to move the 8 ball. He doesn't want to do it too early because you don't want to take a chance of making a mistake and having that 5 ball opened up. There's the time, and he's got a shot.
Yeah, but that 14's still a little funny with where the 5 ball is now.
Yeah, if he could somehow get his cue ball between the area of the 5 and 1, I feel like he could shoot the 14 in the side. But that's a tough ask from this situation, and this is not going to be good. Yeah, this is not good at all. Jordan Shepherd getting a little lucky there. Well, this isn't the worst thing that could happen.
No,
he's put a lot of distance.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised George did it so hard, though. I figured if he just have, lightly tapped into the 4 and left a white ball there, it could still give Jordan a lot to do. Whereas kind of gave him a little angle potentially here.
Yeah, I think Kevin's gonna.
That's a great shot.
Can he see all of this ball? Can he see enough to shoot it in the side?
I'm pretty sure he can. If he can't, he can definitely twist it. It looks like he can.
Going to the corner.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a good shot. Great out by Jordan. Really a tough out, but making it look a little easy. 2-0 for Mr. Jordan Shepherd. Well, Jordan Shepard here, going to be breaking. And it's a solid break. Is the last ball moving going to go? I don't think it is. And Kevin's got a pretty open table here.
Yeah, this will be kind of the first time we get to have a good look at Kevin. So his last one was a little scrappy, so this should settle him down as well.
First time I saw Kevin play, he was playing actually in a tournament where you're at in Louisiana, over at our friends of the league, Side Pockets.
Yeah, so Side Pockets, great pool room, great owners with Mike and everybody. So it's a family-owned business, and they really do a lot for the players. And we're kind of blessed over there to have such good pool rooms. You know, we got Big Robbies, TKs, and I say break and run. There's another pool room coming out as well. So yeah, we've got about 6 pool rooms that have got over 20 diamonds in the space of a 20-minute drive, so we're kind of spoiled for choice.
Yeah, the first time I saw Kevin, he was playing in a tournament, and he was playing against Skylar Woodward, and I was playing on one of the outer tables. They were playing on the TV table, and there was a huge roar, and I thought, well, Skylar won. And then I found out that Kevin had made a crazy kick shot and actually beaten Skylar on the hill. Maybe a little luck involved in that finish, but Kevin can get there. He plays well enough to get there. So he just needed an opportunity, and this is going to be it. I think the shot clock, I think it's something he's prepared for.
Yeah, and as I said, I've been, obviously speaking to him for a couple of months. You can definitely tell he's got that winner's mentality. So.
And we know all about Jordan Shepard's winning mentality.
Yeah, he gave us the best match of the night, I think, last night, and we were lucky enough to commentate on it.
Yeah, we were. If you missed it, the only 6-ball shootout of the match, Chris Melling and Jordan Shepard, the 2 players that played the fastest. And I think I even said in the opening minutes of that match, I think I said to you that, we're probably not getting a 6-ball shootout, but it should be a good match. Yeah. And then I commentator cursed it into reality.
Yeah, we were 3 minutes in and 3 racks down, so it wasn't looking like there was going to be much chance.
Then all the crazy stuff happened, and we got into a 6-ball shootout that I believe Jordan Shepard won by less than a second.
Yeah, and welcome to Ultimate Pool, right?
Yeah, it was so exciting, those 6-ball shootouts. And I think we'll see a few of them in the Open. The race is a little bit longer, but obviously some of the players maybe not playing at the same pace as others. 30 seconds is a long time, and it's not crazy to think that taking 20 to 25 seconds a shot and maybe getting into a safety battle that we couldn't get down to that 3-4 minute range on some of these races to 7.
Yeah, and I think obviously some of the newer players as well, like Kevin, who's not been on the shot clock, he's going to utilize as much time as possible, versus where Jordan Shepard, he's so used to the 15 seconds. He's, even though he's got 30 seconds, he's rarely ever going to use it.
It's something that I like to point out about the league as well. I have a lot of the maybe more beginner players that haven't had a lot of experience, a lot of time, maybe not quite playing at a phenomenal level yet. They're still learning, and that's one of the things that they worry about is the shot clock. And I've had several conversations with a lot of players. The shot clock, what it really does is it allows you to think with your gut, your instinct. And while sometimes it's great to maybe have a coach or somebody to tell you what to do, sometimes it's good to go with your gut. And depending on your coach, you might be getting told, the wrong way to go about it. So I think in the end, you really want to just trust your gut. And I think the shot clock facilitates that for some of these newer players. because we don't have timeouts. We're not having any coaching of any sort. So you have 30 seconds. Figure out what you want to do and do it. Trust your gut. And I'm seeing a lot of those players, and they're playing better than I've ever seen them play because of it.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm an advocate for it. When I'm on a shot clock, I seem to shoot better. And obviously, if they do get in a situation, they still have the extension as well that they can utilize.
Yep.
But yeah, as I said, we just want to give the players of all level just the same experience. And as I said, it's just no matter where you play an ultimate pool, you're on the same rule set. And it's we've had great feedback, and people are really excited about it. And it becomes a tactical thing with the shot clock too. If you're a lower skill level player, and the higher skill level players got to run out.
Look at this shot. He just didn't get there. Wow, I'm sorry. Go ahead. That was a crazy shot.
Yeah, so you can utilize the shot clock to your advantage if you eat up the clock and use your 30-second shot clock. Definitely puts pressure on the higher player.
That's one of the other things that I really like about the league is I've played a ton of different leagues, and being a little bit of a better player, I'm not a champion or anything, but I know my way around the table a little bit. A lot of times my matches were taking 45 minutes to an hour because maybe our races was longer, or I had to go to more balls than the other player. And so our matches would take just an hour, sometimes hour and a half to get done. And I've got players on my team, friends, and they play their match, and their race is maybe to 2 games or something like that. They play for 15 minutes and they're done, and they feel like maybe they're not getting their money's worth. The thing I love about Ultimate is that everybody plays the same amount of time. There are no races. There is nothing that you have to get to. You simply play for 30 minutes, and the player who's ahead is the winner. And that's all there is to it. It allows everybody on my team to play for 30 minutes. And that's table time. That's not match time. That's anytime you rack the balls, or if you have to pause because there's a player shooting on a table next to you, you stop that clock. So every single player on my team gets the same amount of table time to show what they can do. And that's something that I really enjoy, and I really love the fact that that's how it is, because it gives you the freedom to kind of, you don't have to play a certain way because the races are different. You get 30 minutes to do what you need to do, and you do it.
Right, 100%. And yeah, obviously with the handicap and the minus start, it's challenging whatever level you are. If you're a top skill level player.
I'll tell you what, look at this shot. I think Kevin's about to just one rail bank this into the corner with some speed. I really do think that's what's about to happen. Wow.
Not a bad shot for a franchisee, right?
That's a great shot, and it can be hard to execute on these slicker tables. Beautiful shot there by Kevin. Not the toughest shot in the world, but it's definitely not easy either, so.
Yeah, Jordan yet again has got another great split, but nothing just seems to be dropping for him. I mean, how do you split him like that and not make a ball? And I hate to say it, Stephen, but we might be looking at another 6-ball shootout. We're nearly halfway through, and it's only 2-2.
Yeah, we're almost to the halfway point. clock starts at 40, and it's a little bit of a change that was done because while we're here to allow the players to have an event for them, we still want it to be fun for the spectators. And 50-minute match timers, a lot of the matches in Kansas City were ending with 20 or even 25 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, and we want to definitely, even with the players, we definitely want to put them under that pressure of, the match clock comes into play, and I think that's important. And as I said, it's entertainment for us and the viewers, and I also think the players enjoy it as well.
Yeah, it's not we don't want to see a 6-ball shootout every time, but we would like to see those hill matches that they're under the pressure of the 15-second shot clock, and maybe it's close enough that it's going to go to a 6-ball, or maybe it's just under the 10-minute mark, but at least we get to see the pressure applied to the players, because that's when great things happen. That's when amazing shots happen, is when there's pressure on the players. We all love to see the runouts, but those great shots and those pressure moments, those are the ones that are fun.
Yeah, and you see a different tactic coming in, and as it starts getting a little quicker, you might see Kevin speed up, and then Jordan slows down, and it's a completely different dynamic than what we used to see him.
Yeah, we saw it yesterday in the shootout with Cleve Thompson and Chase Stumful. Of course, we saw Chase really utilize the clock against Cleve. And, Cleve Thompson, probably not the best player in the UK, but he always puts on a good show. He's very entertaining. I really enjoy watching him in the shootout, and he had a great match against Chase yesterday.
Yeah, so he's kind of bought into the American pool, and I think he's trying to switch over as much as he can. So I think he really enjoys it out here.
Yeah, he's got family in the Shreveport, Louisiana area. Our first event was held there, obviously.
No.
And that looks like maybe a lack of concentration by Kevin.
And it's a big opportunity for Jordan.
And Jordan really working our referee, Mr. Scott Price.
Yeah.
Jordan likes to keep that cue ball clean. He does not want to skid, or what they would call, you guys call that a kick?
A kick, yeah.
So we don't want any skids. We don't want any kicks.
I wonder if he doesn't like the chalk that Kevin's using. So I'll have to ask Kevin. So if I play Jordan again, that's what I'll use.
I think we actually saw it in Kansas City quite a bit as well. So I think maybe he just wants the cue ball clean no matter what chalk is being used. But yeah.
Yeah, it might be a mental thing where he's feels more confident about the contact of the cue ball as well. So
it gives him time to think about things too.
As well, yeah.
And the clock doesn't stop, so it doesn't change anything there. But maybe that's just his way of slowing himself down a little bit. Well, there's not much going to be slowing him down other than himself on this rack. Jordan played that very, very well after a big mistake from Kevin Guimond. Jordan, one of those players who looks very, very composed. And here's our schedule here. Of course, we saw Joven BUSTAMANTE squeak out a win against David Matlock. Jordan Shepard versus Kevin Guimond on now. Justin Bergman, Jordan Chapman, Tom Cousins, Shane Petrick, Chris Reinhold, Grant Berg, and Mr. Chris Melling and Nick Waughtal. Kevin to break here, trailing one rack. And we're right around the halfway point of the match as far as the match clock goes. And we're right around the halfway point of the score as well. So if we keep seeing this back and forth and maybe a few dirty racks kind of like this one, we very well could see that match clock come into play and possibly that inevitable 6-ball shootout that we all, maybe in the back of our minds, we want to see a little bit. But if you're Kevin, do you really want to play against Jordan Shepherd in the 6-ball shootout after what we saw yesterday?
I think Jordan will have his running shoes on again today, so it's I don't think I'd want to do it.
I heard he went and got new shoes just because he thought he might end up in a shootout.
Yeah, he said his shoes that he brought weren't comfortable enough, so he was. I think he made a stop and switched them over. So whatever he did, it worked.
Well, whoever let him borrow the vehicle to go get that needs a kick of the money from the shootout, because he played well with those running shoes on.
He sounds like a nice guy, whoever it was.
Kevin here played this really well. The 14 ball's in a bad spot. He's going to have to come around the table to get this 10 ball. I'm not a huge fan of playing my last shot to get my breakout, because anything can happen and everything can go wrong. But I think he's pretty safe here. He's just going to draw into the 7 ball. That's a great shot. This is a very quick rack by the Massachusetts native. Kevin not going down without a fight. We are all tied up 3-3 and right around the 18-minute mark. This is going to get exciting.
And you can see Justin in the background there. So he's up next, be ready for his next game. And I know Jordan a little bit. I think he's going to be in for a tough match.
Yeah, Jordan's a great guy. He actually came down to Shreveport. I ran a tournament over there, and Jordan's a great guy, but Justin is on a different level, and he's on a level that's multiple levels above everybody else right now. And I'm sure after last night's performance, he's going to come out hot.
Yeah, he seems to have a bit more pep in his step, and he's been super confident this weekend. So you can kind of see the change in him, and it's great to have him back, and feel like he's getting out a little bit more, and it's just great for the sport and for him. So
yeah, and I truly believe wherever we end up next go round, we will probably see Justin returning to defend his shootout champion title. This is not what Jordan wanted here. Yeah, and this is going to be a time-killing rack right here.
yeah, but I don't think it's as much of a headache as you think. If he can get around, somewhere near the 7 ball, I think he's got a good chance of getting out. But that's probably not the best start.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one.
Now is he going to take a tough shot on the 4, or is he?
Yeah, Kevin talking to himself a little bit there, trying to work his way through it.
Yeah, it looks like he's, yeah. That was close.
Yeah. Well, Jordan using all of the pocket there. He played a pretty good shot. Looking to go up 4-3. And he's just 2 shots away from getting to that 8 ball. I think we can pretty much say that if Jordan Shepherd gets to the 8 ball, he's probably winning the rack.
Yeah, and I'll be interesting again to see if Jordan changes break, because he's gone dry twice now out of 3 breaks. So definitely interested to see if he switches it up.
Yeah, it's a good out there. 4-3 for the Welsh Wizard. Kevin there just hoping to get another shot at the table. A good shot at the table, I should say. He's had a break that worked for him once, and then a break that didn't work for him so well. Kevin's very much an atmosphere player. He is going to enjoy the arena. He's going to appreciate how nice and consistent it is. I tell you, our arena is one of a kind.
Yeah, and so as you know, Jeremy and Jim, I think Jim's brother put probably 2 weeks of work into it, and blood, sweat, and tears, and
I think Jeremy was doing videos and stuff for seemed like months, and hand built it all, and they come in and make sure it's all up to par before set it all up, and make sure that things don't need to be touched up or fixed, and it always comes out looking like $1 million. So
yeah, no, they would definitely be lost without them.
Yeah, Kevin very aware of the all ball foul situation. Doesn't really want to be leaned over. I can relate. Being a little bit of a bigger guy, sometimes leaning over that table is dangerous if you're trying not to touch anything with your shirt. And we're looking at 4-4 if Kevin can get out here.
Yeah, and let's say it won't be long till we're at the 15-second shot clock as well, so be interested to see how Kevin adapts to that.
Yeah, just 3 minutes away as we speak. And that ball, Kevin knows he got a little lucky there and probably shouldn't have fallen, but again, these tables very, very slick. And it does promote the ball going into the hole sometimes when maybe it shouldn't. Nice little bump on the 8 ball to get it available. That's a great shot by Kevin. Just needs a little touch shot. Gonna play the 11. Needs to make sure. He probably didn't want to be bridged over the 3 ball, but I think he'll be fine. Always more comfortable when you don't have to elevate that cue.
And just drills it.
Made it look like $1 million. And with just under 12 minutes left, we are all tied up at 4-4. Potentially 5 racks left in this match, as little as 3. Jordan's definitely a speedy player. He doesn't like to sit in his chair when it's his break. He's going to get up. He's going to move straight to the table, and he's going to stand there and wait for our referee, Mr. Scott Price, to rack the balls.
Yeah, so I think this format's perfect for him. He's definitely a tempo player, and you know, he plays straight away off instinct. And
this is worst case scenario for Jordan Shepard. He's not happy with himself, not happy with the action of the cue ball on the break.
Yeah, and he's just getting a good split. Just nothing seems to be found in the pocket.
Well, and I think he may have underhit that one a little bit, because we have been seeing him give a little bit of a pop. But
yeah, maybe try to change it a little bit, just soften it up. Saying this crowd is definitely picking up. So we've got over 200 people in here. You can probably hear it at home how loud it is. I know you don't get to see it on camera, but this place is jam-packed.
Yeah, there's a lot of people in here, and a lot of people having a lunch with their pool, sitting down. They have some good food here.
Yeah, it's been really good. Yeah, again, we've been spoiled and looked after by the team, and I say it's the reception we get and the service we receive. I mean, they just go above and beyond for us, and it's been amazing.
Yeah, they can't say enough good things about all the hosts we've had so far. Of course, Bill in Kansas City, and now Rob here at Rec Room Underground. The staff here has been incredible. Our bartender Alex and Bree, they've really gone above and beyond for us, as well as some of the other employees.
Yeah.
Give a shout out to Goofy. He keeps this room looking clean. He comes in the morning, makes sure everything's cleaned up real well, and make sure that it's ready for our players. So can't say enough good things about the entire team at Rec Room Underground. That was a great shot by Kevin. Unfortunately, he didn't give himself a great shot, and now we are into that 15-second shot clock. He's not going to like this one. This is tough, because when you have to make decisions in under 15 seconds.
Yeah, and I think he'll...
Is he going to get a little lucky? Oh, it ran out of juice.
Yeah, I think he was attention all pockets on that shot. He was hoping it would fall somewhere.
And we talked about it a little bit. How would this affect Kevin? And it's definitely affected him a little bit, because he had to make a very, very split-second decision.
Yeah, and I'm surprised he didn't use an extension there, with that being such an important shot.
Well, he's actually already used his extension.
He used it already as well?
Yeah. He tends to use it early whenever he needs some time to think about the rack, the run out. And this one, it might have hurt him using it early. Jordan coming up a little short if he wanted to get to the 2-ball.
Yeah, but I just think he's just going to put... I think he's okay. He's just going to play the 2 in the middle, I think, off the 10.
Yeah, I think he'll be okay. Well, Well, good out there by Jordan Shepard. It's going to be 5-4. He's got the lead against Kevin. We've seen them kind of go back and forth, a lead change here and there. But it's getting down to the point where if you're Kevin, you have to have a good break here, and you need to get out, and you probably need to get out in a decent time frame, because we all know that Jordan Shepard is going to be incredibly comfortable when there's very little time left and the match is on the line.
Yeah, it's just Kevin's going to be hoping for a great spread, and hopefully a ball drops, and looks like he got it.
Oh, and this is a pretty good spread. The only issue here is the dirty combo is not allowed in this format, so you cannot shoot the 12 into the 6 and take solids. And he's going to use his extension. So right off the bat, he now has 15 seconds a shot, and that's it.
I think that was a smart choice from him, because it's vital he gets his first shot right.
It's heart pounding watching these guys make these quick shots like that, because you know they want a little bit more time and they just don't have it. So it's the pressure is fun, but it's also pressure. Well, and this is I think a good opportunity here. He can take the 2-12-6. As long as he hits his 2-ball first, if the 6 falls, it's good. He's going to try and bump the 12 out and keep the 2-ball available for the shot.
That's turned out great for him.
Yeah, he got a little fortunate because he wasn't looking for the kiss, but he got it. And it looks like the 2-ball goes straight down, so he's just going to lay this up real easy, just like that. I don't think the 3 goes in the bottom right, so he's going to have to figure something out for that as well. But he's only got a few seconds left. He's going to have to think quick. And what is he? Left himself here. It doesn't go in the corner. The bank is covered up by the 14 and the 9. He's going to have to cross this ball one rail to the same corner that he shot the 1, I think.
He's 100% on bank, so we shall see.
I don't think he can make it in the corner. I think the ball's in the way. Oh, my goodness. Oh, wow.
What a shot.
I thought it was in the way. It looked like it couldn't go.
Yeah, I think he's just put so much inside on it to shorten it up, which is tough to do on this slick cloth.
Yeah. Well, and what a out by Kevin here. Wow.
Wow.
He gained a few fans on that one. That was a phenomenal out. That's going to be one for the highlight reel.
Yeah, we've definitely been blessed with highlight reels, especially this tournament. So Dave Matlock's been a walking highlight reel this weekend.
Well, and Kevin having a nice little laugh about it, because he knows that he got out of a tough situation there. And now we are all tied up.
Yeah, and I think Jordan's feeling the pressure on this break, so he can, I think he's trying to work out where to go from.
Well, right now the story is 5-5-5. It's 5-5 with 5 minutes left. That is not a lot of time.
Oh, and the 3-ball, I don't know how it hasn't dropped. He's gone dry again.
And this is tough for Jordan Shepard here.
Yeah, and it's a great spread again for him. He's got a little funny on it. I think maybe he'll just play into the 6 and screw back into the 7, but it doesn't leave him much options after.
Well, he doesn't have a lot of time. He's taking his extension. So from this point forward, you're going to have to think quick, Kev.
Yeah, I say. Now it's advantage Jordan Chapman.
Well, and with 15 seconds, there's not enough time, or there's too much time on the clock to really run it down, per se. But Jordan can take, his extension and then he can take 12 or 13 seconds per shot, and the clock will dwindle down, and it's really going to put some pressure on Kevin.
Yeah, but knowing Jordan Shepherd, he might be out in about 1 minute and walk off, so we shall see how he plays it.
I think he's actually playing the time a little bit because he knows his opponent is maybe not as used to it. Yeah, he's taking a little bit of time here.
Yeah, he's got.
Well, and I believe he's out from here. I don't see any big issues.
Does the 8-ball go past the 1 in the corner pocket?
I don't think it does, but with the way he's going to shoot this ball, he's going to be able to just follow it down and shoot it into the side, or if he goes too far, he can shoot it in the corner, but I think he'll be just going for the side pocket.
He doesn't want to.
He's tree-topped. I still like, I don't know, with the way this is going, I'm a little worried about the side. Just because of the path of the cue ball, but he hit it way better than I would have. So 6-5, Jordan Shepherd on the hill, 2 minutes and 30 seconds left in this match. If Kevin wins this, we're probably going to see either a very, very interesting rack that leads to a win, or we may indeed see ourselves a 6-ball shootout.
Yeah, and as I said, this is the great thing about this format. There's so much that can come into play in these last couple of racks. So I think Kevin will be hoping for a good break, and he might even utilize the shot clock a little bit. And I mean, to run out in 2 minutes and 30 seconds is still no easy feat as well.
Yeah, you know, if I'm Kevin here and I make a ball in the break, which he did, this is a huge rack because there's some problems here. Hold up 7-ball. Oh, you really want to take the stripes here, I think, because you have a shot at breaking out your 6-ball, or your 13-ball, but this is tough. This is tough.
Yeah, I don't think he's got a real good shot on the stripe, so maybe he can play a skill shot on the 14, on the 4, but yeah, I don't think he's got an option.
Well, and the time is now under 2 minutes. And Kevin has to get out here. He has to, because if he doesn't, Jordan will use the clock to his advantage, and he'll win due to the time limit.
That's not where he wanted to be. But yeah, again, that is the pressure of the match clock and the shot clock coming into play. He's thinking about both. Oh, I thought he'd done.
Oh, wow. Well, and I think Jordan has roughly 6 shots worth of 15 seconds. He's used his extension, and he's going to utilize that clock. He's going to make 1 ball, probably another ball, and then he's probably going to take the match down 6-5, with the time limit becoming the ultimate cost for Kevin Guimond.
So yeah, he's going to chew up as much as he can, and as you said, he's got these 3 balls that are hangers for him, so.
Yeah, and it's a smart play because, again, the use of the shot clock and the match clock is all part of the situation.
Yeah, and there he is. I say he's
And that is the match. And Kevin got his first taste of Ultimate Pool USA. The match clock was the ultimate decider, but Jordan Shepherd played well to get there. We'll get a word with him in the arena in just a moment. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back.
Welcome back to the arena here in Denver, Colorado. Jordan Shepherd, you had a nail-biter of a match against Kevin. The match clock ultimately came into play, but it was also you using the shot clock to your advantage quite a bit. How tough is that to know that you've got that advantage and him at the table, and he's running out and playing pretty well?
Yeah, he potted some unbelievable balls and made some big finishes, but I always felt like he was chasing the finishes and just kind of clinging on for dear life at the end. But fair play to him, he got pretty much all of them. My break was a bit brutal. I hit pretty much good breaks every time, but couldn't seem to get a ball. So pretty lucky to win in the end, really.
Yeah, well, we watched a lot and we saw some good breaks by Kevin.
Yeah.
He was able to get out, and we saw some good breaks by you, but we also saw some really nasty layouts where the balls were just in a bad spot. You came out really well, and you played really well. I know last night you had a lot of fun in the shootout.
Yeah.
What were you thinking at all about the possibility of having to go to another 6-ball shootout right there?
I was praying not to have it, but like you say, obviously Kevin's never played under these conditions before, I don't think. So our experience, obviously, we play this week in, week out, basically. So yeah, it's a nice advantage, especially when it went to 15 seconds. I thought as long as I'm level at 15 seconds, then as long as nothing crazy happens, I always felt like I was favourite, you know. So
yeah, well, congratulations.
Cheers.
Welsh Wizard moves on to the next round. Don't go anywhere, guys. We have more great matches for you. Justin Bergman, Jordan Chapman, right here in the arena coming up next.
Ultimate Pool USA presents the Ultimate Pool USA League Grand Finals. You and your team climb the leaderboards for a shot of winning the $100,000 first prize. Survive the heart-pounding formats of match and shot clocks. Deliver for your teammates when it matters most. Track your progress with Ultimate Pool Score. All roads lead to the Grand Finals in October 2025, and your chance to claim a $100,000 first prize. And because our motto is for the players, all prizes are cash Hurry now and sign up to your local Ultimate Pool USA League. Ultimate Pool USA, for the players.
My brake tip is completely different from everything that is on the market. Combines the qualities of like a playing tip with a super powerful tip. It's like a tip on the steroids. You can open with less power, I mean, still have spin and split the pack perfectly, but you can go for the power braking and you still have control. You just need to know how to do it. A lot of players that they told me that because they use so less power on braking, they can focus on accuracy, and the rack always splits the way they want. And because they are not using the power, they keep that accuracy and its reliability. I believe that when you're going to buy something, you need to believe on it and buy it perfectly. And on my side, what I believe is, if I'm going to offer you something, it needs to be better than I was expecting before buying itself. The increases, it's fantastic, it's super good. And they are consistent, they still have power or more power than the normal tips, and they last. And that's what I want. It really feeds me on. When people say thanks and they like the product and they are happy, I feel joy to myself. It's not really just proud, it's just joy. I feel happy.
Away and racing, everybody. We're at the Colorado Open here in beautiful Denver, and Justin Bergman is looking pretty in pink. That is the sort of shirt that you can only wear when you are as good as Justin Bergman is, and he's obviously feeling pretty good about himself after his victory last night in the shootout. First glimpse of him in the Open here this Saturday afternoon. Pleasure to have your company, Steve James, alongside Jeremy Hundley for this one. And Jeremy, we've pulled a good one here, because just like yesterday, here we are covering a Justin Bergman game, and excited to see how he goes in the Open, having sort of not quite got the monkey off his back. That would be a little bit unfair, but tasting his first success, excited to see how he goes in this tournament, and a player against him who you know really well.
I do. I've known Jordan for years. Nice guy, country boy. He can play some pretty good pool, though. I've seen him knock off some giants, so I'm interested. I'm definitely rooting for him a little bit, but as always, I'm a Bergman fan, so.
Yeah, so you're on the fence in the best kind of way. You just want both players to play well. I like that.
Yeah, I just want to see a good match from them. So.
No upsets just yet in the Colorado Open, at least on the mainstream table here. Been some close games though. Joven BUSTAMANTE just getting over the line against David Matlock, and Jordan Shepherd a little bit edgy in his match there against Kevin Guimond, but he got the win.
Yeah, Kevin was starting to grind him out there a little bit, wasn't he?
He was. And I feel like I've seen this show before. Justin Bergman on this table, rock solid, smooth as ever. 1-0 he leads.
Is it just me, or does he get stronger every game?
Well, you'd be forgiven for asking that yesterday with the way that he played, particularly in the final. I mean, we covered the, I think, quarter-final that he played, wasn't it? And he played very, very well in that game. But the final was something else, right?
Oh man, it was unreal. I think he played perfect.
He did.
I mean, he just always in line, always on the right side of the ball, and just, it was a pleasure to watch for sure.
Well, we spoke about it earlier on with Stephen White before we got the show open, as we see Jordan Chapman there. He'll be not too perturbed by what Justin Bergman's just done. In fact, he was probably expecting it. He's just waiting for his opportunity. But Justin yesterday, absolutely perfect in his victory over Tom Cousins in the final. And for what it's worth, I said this earlier, so was Tom Cousins. He didn't do anything wrong. Right. He had one chance at the table. We took it. He took out a great finish. And that was all he had to go at. Justin did an amazing job of breaking well, keeping the pressure on. But he was faultless in open table. Absolute clinic he put on.
Yeah, if there was any question as to how important the break shot is in this format, is go back and check that match out. A few in-offs, and that was the difference.
He's desperate for a ball. He's got one. He didn't get the kind of explosion that he would have liked, though, off that break. And this is quite a tricky leave, and there's definitely a case here to maybe not take a finish on, which will feel a little bit foreign because it's such an attacking game that you almost feel like you have to go. But Jordan, I'd be very surprised if he did here.
Yeah, this is I mean, where do you go offensively here? Unless the 11, does the 11 have a side pocket there?
It may do, but then are you going to take on the stripes as they are? He's gonna. That was definitely a shot in anger. It has opened things up. I mean, this is the sort of finish where, for a player like Justin Bergman, he will go at these, but they are very, very high level.
Yeah, he's going to need to be very precise with the cue ball here, but every ball has a pocket, so like you said, he's definitely going to attack here.
These are the sorts of finishes I always think sort of separates the men from the boys a little bit. This is where you really show your level.
Yeah, absolutely.
So solid's the choice from Justin Bergman. Is he going to play into anything here? No. I think that in itself is quite interesting. The 8-ball does need a bit of work.
Bit of a tough spot here. I think if he can get a little angle on this 6, he might be able to work around and at least have a look at the 7. I think that's what he's going to try to do.
Yeah, this is far from routine.
I feel like that's going to be awfully tough to get there on this new felt. Oh, wow.
Look at the spin that he's got on the ball there.
And that's why I'm sitting here, J-Mo.
I agree with you for what it was worth. I think it was very tough to get there. I think he just played a brilliant shot. And if he can hold here and land on the 8 ball. This is a beautiful clearance. Wow.
What happened there?
That wasn't part of the script. I think that was a classic case of so much going on with the cue ball. You take your eye off the pot, and even great Justin Bergman guilty of it there. See it back again in a moment, I'm sure. But Jordan Chapman with a big chance here, and you know him well, you know he's capable of beating the big players, but without question he's an underdog coming into this. But if you are to knock off a big name, you have to take pretty much every chance that's given to you.
Yeah, I mean, opportunities like this aren't going to come very often, so you have to get out here.
Justin Bergman and the rest of the elites here at the Colorado Open, they may make one mistake, they very, very rarely make two in a frame.
Yeah. I was talking to him a little bit earlier before the match, and he said he was very, very nervous. So told him just relax, play some pool, don't worry about the cameras and the lights. I know it's harder to do than you say, but
well, we talked about how you got to take your chances, and you mentioned, and he wouldn't be human if he didn't feel a few nerves. That was a nervy sort of a stroke.
Yeah.
Those are the ones where your back arm's a bit tight and a bit edgy. Those are the ones you can miss. Justin Bergman was never going to turn down a second opportunity at that rack. 2-0 he leads. And already, even really, really early on, that feels like a big, big game.
Yeah, it's that's a tough one. You're already nervous, and then you get up and miss a ball like that. You're thinking about it. So yeah, I can see it in his face. I've known him for so long, I can see it in his face.
Has he had any sort of experience in this kind of environment before, would you say?
Not like this, no. Not with the cameras and the crowd and stuff, no. And to be fair, there's not too many players that have over here in the U.S., It's nice to see players like this get on the spotlight a little bit, though.
Well, that's what it's all about, isn't it? I mean, you're a big part of the Ultimate Pool USA operation here. That's part of your guys' MO, isn't it? To promote this game to the likes of Jordan and many thousands of others.
Yeah, absolutely. I mentioned a little bit last night. There's a lot of talent that we don't get to see in the States, and hopefully we can start to shine a light on that.
Oh, for how well he broke last night, Justin Bergman finally strikes out on the break. He's very, very unlucky to get cutting off there, though. But for Jordan Chapman, again, don't want to put too fine a point on it. It's not exactly now or never. It's only 2-0. But if he is to get himself in with a genuine chance of winning this game, you've got to start well. And he's made one mistake, but this one is a very presentable chance. It's not bad. His biggest problem now is the one ball, which doesn't have, I don't think, a natural pocket. I don't think it slides past the 11.
No, it looks a little tight for that. He's dead straight here on this 5 as well, so that's well played shot there.
Yeah, that was a confident stroke.
This one is a problem here.
Is he the sort of player that would just leave it for a bank shot, do you think? I think it feels like the most sensible thing to do right now.
It does, yeah. I'm kind of looking at maybe the 2 in the side and coming down into it, but there's a lot of things that can go wrong with that.
Yeah. Well, he's going to be forced into it now. Whether this was the plan or not, it may have been, but he's definitely going to be forced into it now.
I'm with you, though. I think that was the right plan, just to play the bank here.
Oh, he's played a good shot. Oh, I thought that was in. I was absolutely convinced that was in. Watching that all the way. Jordan Chapman misses that by a couple of millimeters. Bank shots, especially when you've not had much table time on this particular table, very, very difficult to judge.
Yeah, there's a lot of slide off that rail, so it's not your natural path that you're used to.
Yeah, different lines and with the diamonds and everything that you're so familiar with that you work out. You know, everyone knows there's a little bit of margin for error there depending on the conditions and all the rest of it, but it's such a stark contrast on this particular table. Yeah. Plays very, very quick. Let's not make any bones about it. It perfectly suits a player like Justin Bergman. The top players love playing on these sorts of conditions. They can really maximize everything that they want to do. They can float the cue ball around, they can manipulate the angles. Once you get used to it, it plays like a dream, but if you're not used to it, it's like going skating for the first time.
Oh yeah, it can be a nightmare out there trying to find the speed on these tables sometimes, but you're right, if they get it clicked, these players love it.
There's a cliche that exists in pool that you never quite settled into a game until you've won that first game in the match. And it's never truer than on a stage like this for a player like Jordan for his first time. Once he wins that first game of the match, he will feel 10 times better. Let's hope he can get it here. 3-0 down to Justin Bergman with shade under half an hour to go.
That was a good spread there.
Yeah, and at first glance, no clusters. Maybe a very presentable opportunity for him.
Yeah, I mean, I'm taking stripes here all day just so I don't have to worry about the 4-ball.
Do you think he was trying to be on the 9 there? Maybe not. Maybe I'm doing him a bit of a disservice. But he will have to come back for that. I always think the best players, they always take out their suit in clusters. They work their way around the table really well. At 9, it may not be a problem. It just means he's got to play a really good shot to land on it.
Yeah, he's got some work here. See if he can hold this for the 12. He's gonna want some angle though. That's a little flat. It's going to be tough. I don't know if you can force it around 2 rails and come down towards it, or.
And this is exactly what I said about solving your work in clusters, because if this was his last shot for the 8-ball, he'd be able to say, well, you know, I've got a long 8-ball, but you know, I've still got a shot. Whereas this positional shot is tough by anyone's standard, really.
Yeah. So he chooses the 1 rail and just give him a look at it. I don't hate that, to be honest. The new table and speed. At least this way you're shooting at the ball, right?
Yeah, give yourself a go. I think he may well be so thin, he might go straight into the 7 here, which would help him.
That's a good call, J-Mo.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. Yeah, that'll feel good.
Yeah, gets him on the board. You love to see it.
A nice ripple out there as well for Jordan Chapman. And now he can smile. That's nice to see, isn't it?
That can feel like a match win at times, you know?
Yeah, I don't doubt it.
You're sitting there thinking, am I ever going to get a game here?
Yeah, that smile's one of relief, I'm sure. But yeah, he'll now feel like he's in the game, which is of course absolutely what we want.
Yeah, still a lot of pool to be played here.
And in the end, a pretty decent finish in the end from Jordan Chapman. It can't always be perfect. It's sometimes about just finding a way out.
Yeah, I like what he did there. He just, even though he's made that bad shot early in the set, he still just, you know, chose the right shot and took it on. So.
Pretty good break again from Justin Bergman.
The stripes are sitting pretty good here, huh?
Yeah, I think he'd be pretty happy. Yeah, I have to assume the 10 goes to the top right. It may not, though. If it doesn't, he could come back here. Yeah, so he's going the other way around. And to the point I was making in the last rack, you'd never ever see Justin Bergman leave the top of that table without taking all the stripes out of the game.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't want to keep working back and forth, that's for sure. Just try to, like you said, get the cluster and get it out of the way.
It's the art of this game, I think, more than any other, is just making the game easy for yourself.
Yeah, the pattern play is what really separates the guys, I think. It's little nuances of bumping into balls and things like that to develop the run out. That's what they do so well.
Yeah, Justin Bergman's made this visit look very, very easy. He's not really had to play a very difficult pot at all, but that's the art of the game. That's what we're talking about. I do love that he still calls the pocket on the 8 ball every time. Those habits are never going to go away for him, are they?
It's ingrained in us over here.
Yeah, it's almost a part of the pre-shot routine as well. He gets the 2 hands on it. Yeah, worth pointing out if you're watching Ultimate Pool USA for the first time, don't have to call the pocket on the 8 ball. So what I believe you Americans call slop 8 balls are absolutely okay. They're obviously not desired, but you're not going to get punished if it happens.
Yeah, it's not a bad thing. Makes the game exciting, right?
Yeah, it's one of the things that I like about the international rules set. It just takes so much stuff away to keep it as simple as possible.
It really does. And I was a big critic in the beginning of the rules and things. And once I really dove into it and put it into action on the table, it was like, okay, these really are simplifying the game into a way that it's more understandable for players. And I really enjoy it.
Because it's one of the beautiful things about, especially pool in this country, is how many different games you can make out of one table or one set of balls.
Yeah.
But when you want to sort of standardize 8 ball and play league all the way across the country, you just want the rules to be as simple as possible to allow everyone to come and play and pick it up really quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. You want consistency across the board. That way they know if they go to an Ultimate Pool tournament, they know what they're playing. They know the rules. That's it's nice to have that.
Did you see Joven BUSTAMANTE earlier on? What happened to him? I don't know if you saw this. I know you're a busy man at these events. We had we saw BUSTAMANTE play an intentional foul, and it very much cost him that rack.
Is that the one that let Dave back in it? Because I know he was down good.
Okay. Joven was 5-2 in front, and he was very quickly almost at 5-5.
How did he react when the ref called it on him?
He looked a little bit startled and surprised, and then it was okay. Well, I obviously didn't know that, so that's on me. He took it pretty well, but Dave Matlock took it even better. He ran 3 in the space of absolutely no time to really put the pressure on him.
Yes. I absolutely love watching Dave play. So, he comes with some special shots, that's for sure. On the
he was the walking highlight reel yesterday, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was.
Well, this has been a lovely visit to the table from Jordan Chapman.
Yeah, a couple good shots here for him. Looks like he's moving around the table a little more confident. And
as I say, that first game just makes such a difference. Looks like a different player.
Yeah.
Let's have a listen. We get a bit of a thing going. Yeah.
There we go.
It's nice to hear that.
Yeah, as a player too, it's nice to hear that. You just don't get it often in these pool tournaments, you know. You just everybody's busy doing something, and it's nice to have a crowd around watching you, and checking the match out. Even if you're getting beat on a little bit, that's fine. Still enjoyable.
Yeah, absolutely. First big dance for Jordan Chapman in this sense, in front of a big crowd in a big arena, but he's handled himself pretty well.
Old Nick Keller there, giving him a little pep talk.
I really think he is, yeah.
Yeah, oh yeah. I bet you he's telling him you're decelerating, you're getting a little tight back there. That's what it looks like to me on a couple of the shots. It's a good guy right there, Nick Keller. He's a good man. In the Lake of the Ozark area, they were in KC Open, and they followed us up to here, a big old group of them, and pretty cool. Nice to have them up here following us around. So.
Well, it's a badge of honor almost for you guys, isn't it? The fact that people are willing to do that. They get one taste and go, that was so good, I want to do it again. Where are we going?
Yep. Oh yeah, out there they're already asking where the next one is, and say, well, we're going to announce it.
Yeah, if you want a sneak preview, I can exclusively reveal that we will tell you at the end of this event. So stay tuned for the presentations for the Colorado Open on Sunday night, and we'll let you know where the Ultimate Pool USA Roadshow is coming next.
I'm excited for that one.
Yeah, that's all I can say. Yeah,
Yep,
it should be a really fun one. But my lips are sealed for now, listener. Jordan's got first go at these again. And stripes don't look bad either. Top of the table just needs a little bit of figuring out. It's the 12 ball, isn't it? That's the
cash ball.
Yeah, that's cash ball in this frame for sure. Don't know if it's actually got an obvious pocket. It will go to the top left, but you've got to be so precise of landing on it. No guarantees to get there.
Yeah, he's fell a little straight on this. Let's see what he... Oh, nice. He just popped it over.
Oh, that'll do.
Yeah, that was a great shot there.
I just wonder, can he just prod this one in, draw it back a little, maybe take the cut on 12 to the top left? He'll have a shot at it. I don't know if he can get better on it.
Right, kind of just get the cue ball by the 5 there.
Yeah.
And take the medicine.
So it looks like he's got a tiny bit of angle.
You know what I think he's going to try? I think he's going to play the 14 and then try to draw from the 10 into the 5.
Yeah.
I kind of like that, actually.
Yeah, I do, yeah. He's got 10 in the right side coming up. Oh, he's got far enough. And if he's not, that's such a bad shot for Jordan, and he'll be kicking himself.
Yeah, that was kind of like the only thing you didn't want to do was hook yourself on the 10. At least you've got something you can do if you can see it. I don't know if he's got enough to try to cut it into this bottom corner here or not. Oh, he's playing ball. Tried to play a little safe shot and get the cue under the 6 there.
He'll be kicking himself there, Jordan, because that was, don't get me wrong, a difficult shot to come. You know, the shot on the 10 to the side, but the shot to get there wasn't that difficult. He was pretty much guaranteed. He couldn't really miss the pot. It's just about playing his cue ball. A bit of an unforgivable error, really.
That's a little bit to do with the conditions of the table as well. It's so slippery out there. You know, so you got to hit it a little harder than you expect when you're trying to force it off the rail like that. You could see it there; it just died on him.
Yeah, in a strange way, it almost works quite counterintuitively. When you've got brand new rails, they actually take their time to get springy. You'd think, oh, they're brand new, they'll be super bouncy and all the rest of it. The opposite's true, which I've always thought was quite weird.
Yeah. They can be tricky to play on, but once you get it dialed in, to me, it's the most purest form of the game. And it's slippery and fast. That's what I like.
Justin is slightly the wrong side of this one. Wanted to be a little bit close to the left side pocket, just so he could stun over to the 5. Yeah, this is as good as he could get. So it's going to be a bit of a reroute. I'm almost certain he wanted to leave this 3 ball until last ball. He's got plenty of space to work with at least. Loads up the spin.
So he's probably going to try to come across here, or you think he'll try to hold it?
Yeah, it really does just depend on how he sees it. But the one thing you do have to do is you've got to commit to whichever one you do. Halfway in between, and you'll find yourself hooked. Looks like he's planning on holding it, which I think is probably the safest thing to do.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, he had plenty there.
Yeah, it made that look very easy in the end.
Yeah.
I thought that might have been a quite slightly tougher shot, but he made that look very, very simple there, Justin Bergman, and I suppose that's what he does very, very well, isn't it? He leads by 5 racks to 2. Still got plenty to come this afternoon here in Colorado. And we'll see Tom Cousins up next. He's taking on Shane Petrick, 14-year-old from Texas. Chris Reinhold will then be in action, taking on Grant Berg. And we'll see Chris Melling before the afternoon session closes. He's got Nick Waughtal to take on before we break for the evening session later on tonight.
Sounds like we got some great action on the way here.
Yeah, let's hope so. Hey, some great players at least. we got that pretty much guaranteed. I mentioned it earlier on today, what we often see in the early rounds here in the Open is we do see some, at least on paper, a few mismatches, a few David versus Goliath games, but beauty of 8-ball is Goliath doesn't always win. Try break from Jordan allows Justin back to the table, and this will be a worry. Just trying to think if I can think Justin's made a mistake in this game. I don't think he has. Once again, he's been pretty flawless. It's a lovely line he's found himself there. Would have loved a little bit of an extra nudge just to get himself kinder on this 6-ball, but he's got options just in case he doesn't want to take it straight away. Yes, he'll take the 7 first, bit of a reroute. And this just got a little bit messy for Justin here. That's a lovely shot, and back on track he goes. Recovered that beautifully to Justin Bergman. He's so good at those shots where he goes into the top or the bottom rail with loads of spin. Just finds an angle that doesn't really exist.
Right, and when he hits it, it looks like it's going nowhere near he wants, and then it just spins into place.
Yeah, it's a really, really good visit from Justin Bergman. Gave himself a small problem, which could have snowballed pretty quickly. Certainly would have caught out lesser players, but he's not just any player. 6-2 in front he goes. Here he is, the man from Fairview Heights, 4 times Moscone Cup player.
And 19 Derby City Classic all around. That's a grind to win that. So.
Yeah, yeah, that's a serious accolade. You can be versatile to be in the mix for that as well.
Yeah, you have to play a world-class pool in all disciplines. So it's quite the title to have. Oh,
that's a pretty brutal kicking off for Justin Bergman. So Jordan Chapman's race is not yet done.
He's just got to start climbing the hill here, don't he?
He does.
Wonder why he didn't play shape for the 1 there. That 1's going to give him a little bit of a problem now. He had a chance to get rid of it early.
Yeah, and especially with ball in hand in the kitchen, loads of options for it. Could have even just landed behind it and rolled it down into this bottom right.
Yeah, he's going to have some trouble getting over there, taking care of that one now. Just don't see an obvious way to it.
Yeah, and if this was the plan, I can't help but think that was... I think he's missed a trick there.
Yeah. Yeah, he definitely overlooked that. Or maybe the first shot, maybe he was trying to pop it off the 15 and just didn't get it. I'm not sure. That would make more sense.
That is a hell of a recovery pot from the position he was in. It looks like it'll now be the bank.
Oh, wait a minute. No.
Thought he was going to pick up second prize there, Jordan Chapman, but alas not to be, and that might be his final act on the ace side of this Colorado Open at least.
Bit of a tricky opening shot here, but I don't think it's too much of a problem. He's got plenty of backup balls, I like to call them.
Great angle here to see how Justin's having to cue this.
Oh, he didn't even try to get into it. Huh. I thought he might try to play the cue ball into that there and spread him open a little bit.
Yeah, me and you both. Looks like he could just draw straight back for it though, which I think was the plan. Yeah, very, very nice. And it's been another very, very solid Justin Bergman performance. He's going to take some stopping in Colorado this weekend. That much is obvious. He already won the shootout. He'll meet some potentially tougher challenges later on down the road, but the way that he's playing, he looks, well, like a man on a mission.
He does, don't he? I think he came here to win.
Yeah, I think so.
I know he was disappointed with his finish in Kansas City, so he's probably out to prove a little point here this weekend.
He's proving it.
That's
another brilliant performance from Justin Bergman. A 7-2 win over Jordan Chapman, who will have enjoyed, in parts, I'm sure, his first arena experience. Justin Bergman, it's not his first and it certainly won't be his last either. A brilliant performance from him. He rolls on in the Colorado Open and bumps Jordan Chapman into the B-side. Do stay with us. We'll catch a word with Justin Bergman in just a second.
Ultimate Pool USA presents the Ultimate Pool USA League Grand Finals. You and your team climb the leaderboards for a shot of winning the $100,000 first prize. Survive the heart-pounding formats of match and shot clocks. Deliver for your teammates when it matters most. Track your progress with Ultimate Pool Score. All roads lead to the Grand Finals in October 2025, and your chance to claim a $100,000 first prize. And because our motto is for the players, all prizes are cash payouts. Begin your journey now and sign up to your local Ultimate Pool USA League. Ultimate Pool USA, for the players.
Denver, Colorado has not failed to fans this weekend so far. Justin Bergman, another great performance. You see
controlling the table well. You got a couple games on you, but after your big win last night, it's got to feel good to get out here and just play a little bit and play good. How'd you feel?
Yeah, great, for sure. Yeah. Starting to get the hang of the table and my strokes, and yeah, it's going good.
Well, I mean, I think we're going to see a lot of you. Obviously, you had a big win last night. The Open is a different event. The time doesn't come into play as much. Do you like the pressure of the clock, or would you rather have it kind of be a little slower?
I mean, for me, I would rather it be slower, but I think it's better for the fans, the shot clock.
Do you feel like maybe being under the pressure of the clock makes you play a little bit more instinctively?
Yeah, for sure. You know, you get back to your younger days, you know. But, like, for me, playing 8-ball, I got to always make a plan, and sometimes you can't make a plan.
We saw a lot of that in an earlier match when that 15-second shot clock does come into play. Your plan can kind of go out the window. You're on to the next round. Obviously, this is a long event. Do you sit and watch the matches? Do you go hang out somewhere? What do you do in the off time?
Both. Yeah, I like to watch the table, see how it's breaking, or how the players are playing. But yeah,
well, a real student of the game. Justin Bergman still taking his time to focus. We have more great matches on the way, including the next one. 14-year-old Shane Petrick taking on Tom Cousins. It's going to be amazing to watch. Don't go anywhere.
Ultimate Pool USA presents the Ultimate Pool USA League Grand Finals. You and your team climb the leaderboards for a shot of winning the $100,000 first prize. Survive the heart-pounding formats of match and shot clocks. Deliver for your teammates when it matters most. Track your progress with Ultimate Pool Score. All roads lead to the Grand Finals in October 2025, and your chance to claim a $100,000 first prize. And because our motto is for the players, all prizes are cash payouts. Begin your journey now and sign up to your local Ultimate Pool USA League. Ultimate Pool USA, for the players.
My break tip is completely different from everything that is on the market. Combines the qualities of like a playing tip with a super powerful tip. It's like a tip on the steroids. You can open with less power and still have spin and split the pack perfectly, but you can go for the power breaking and you still have control. You just need to know how to do it. A lot of players that they told me that because they use so less power on breaking, they can focus on accuracy. And the rack always splits the way they want. And because they are not using the power, they keep that accuracy and its reliability. I believe that when you're going to buy something, you need to believe on it and buy it perfectly. And on my side, what I believe is, if I'm going to offer you something, it needs to be better than I was expecting before buying itself. The increases, it's fantastic, it's super good. And they are consistent, they still have power or more power than the normal tips, and they last. And that's what I want. It really feeds me on. When people say thanks and they like the product and they are happy, I feel joy to myself. It's not really just proud, it's just joy. I feel happy.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have another great match for you. Tom Cousins, he was in the finals of the shootout last night, and he's got a very interesting opponent today, Mr. Shane Petrick. If you don't know Shane, this young man is 14 years old, out of the Houston area, fell in love with pool. His mom took him to a pool hall. He got involved in some leagues, and he absolutely fell in love. I met him a couple years ago in Las Vegas, and I saw how he played. And for only playing for 2 years, he was phenomenal. And I think he was only a year in at that point.
Yeah. I was having a conversation with me earlier, and he said he'd only been playing 2 years. And
well, the young man's done his due diligence because he's gone out. He's gotten coaching from several good players, including Nick DeLeon in Arizona. He's really put in the work, and he really respects the game, which is something that for me is very important. So I'm excited to see him get an opportunity, and he's going to have his hands full because Tom does not play. He doesn't care how old he is. He's here to do a job, and I know Tom's going to come out and really play strong. But alternating break format, Shane will have chances at the table. He's just got to get his break working. And realistically, if you're in Shane's shoes, you want to break like Tom did right here because this was a fantastic break.
yeah, and it almost looks like his English 8-ball break. So it's I feel like he's adjusted. The white ball's coming straight back to the rail, and it's something you don't really see in American pool, but it's working for him.
Yeah, it's good. This is interesting here because he's got the 5-ball that needs to be taken care of. And it looks like he's going to do it right now. Well, and he got the bump, and it's a pretty good bump, too.
Yeah, and say he's just probably going to roll the 1 down, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah, 1, probably the 5 following, and the 4-ball to set up on the 8-ball. And I feel like Tom takes a little bit more time than some of his European counterparts. You talk about the likes of Jordan Shepard and Chris Melling, who play pretty quickly. Shane Thompson as well plays quick. And Tom takes a little bit more time and just kind of eases into it, but you can't fault it because look at the way the guy plays. Very solid opening rack for TC, Top Cat Tom Cousins. And we'll get an opportunity to see Shane Petrick play right after this. 1-0 to Tom Cousins.
Yeah, and it's great to give the juniors some exposure, you know. Obviously, we're a big advocate for the junior program, and we've got junior leagues that are coming out, and we'll have junior national finals, and it's definitely something we're about to launch, and we've developed and got everything ready, and Jeremy's done a great job on the format. And I'll be excited to roll it out in the US because, you know, that's the future of the sport.
Yeah, and for somebody like Shane here, he's making his open debut. He did play in the junior event in Louisiana, and he's making his open debut. So this is probably his first time in a big arena, and with the lights and the camera like this. So he's looking for a good opportunity just to come out here and show what he can do.
Yeah, but looking at him, he just got unlucky there. But I mean, yeah, going back to it, looking at him, he seems quite comfortable and relaxed in the chair, and seems like he's been there before, which is, you know, it's a great temperament to have at that age.
It's always a good sign when he looks like he's been there before. He looked like he didn't get good contact on the break, and he got a bad kiss. So the good thing for him is that this rack is not one that I think Tom is just gonna, well, I don't know, the solids look really good, honestly.
Yeah, I think
all the stripes are tied up, so it's a little rough. A little bit of awkward bridging there for Tom, but he was able to play that out pretty well, and he should get out here. Tom doing Tom things.
Yeah, he's just boringly good, but it's definitely entertaining to watch.
Yeah, there's something to be said about being so good that you make it look so simple that it's...
Yeah, he's just one of them where I'll watch Chris Melling and I'll think I could never do that. Whereas you watch him, I think I could just pick up a cue and copy exactly what he does, and then it definitely doesn't turn out that way.
And you don't realize that the execution involved in that, if you've never seen it done, it's kind of like when you watch somebody play, let's say, cornhole. You think, oh, I can do that. I can make it in the hole every time. Well, then you get out there, and you're not even hitting the board, you know. It's one of those things that a lot of the professionals make it look very easy. And Tom's one of those guys that it's just very simple shots that he plays.
Yeah, and Shane's probably hoping for a dry break and just an opportunity. He's not had a chance at the table yet.
When he has the right attitude as well, because he knows he's not the favorite in this match. He knows what's kind of going on, and he looked at me and he said, well, you know, the good thing is I'm still in the winner's side, so this is just going to send me to the B side, so I get an opportunity to play some more.
Right.
And that, for me, that's a big thing to say, because it shows that he understands the situation he's in, but that he also just wants to play. So I mean, that's cool to hear. I've really enjoyed spending some time with him. His mom, Shannon, is incredible. Really, all the junior players that we have here, you know, we have Kennedy Maiman, we have Sophia Mast, we have, of course, Shane Petrick, and then a lot of other juniors that I don't know.
Yeah, we've got Braden as well. He plays really well. He's actually Greg, the franchisee for Colorado. He's his son, and I say Greg's got a table at the house. He practices every day, and he's pretty much in a pool room every night, so he's watching and trying everything he can, which is great.
And of course, our returning champion, Caden Herbach. Lots of good players in the juniors, lots of good ladies in the open. So I'm very excited to see how this goes. Another good junior player. She's playing in the junior and the ladies, Miss Jordan Helfrey. I believe she's either 12 or 13 years old. Played in the Kansas City event, really enjoyed it, and decided to come out to Colorado. Once again, Tom just really playing superb. I feel like he might have a little bit of a chip on his shoulder for the performance that Justin Bergman played on him last night.
Yeah, so Justin didn't really give him a chance. He had a couple of dry breaks, and Justin didn't. And I say, Justin ran out every time and does what Justin does.
Well, and you know, there's something to be said about somebody who plays the perfect match. Justin Bergman didn't miss a single ball last night in that performance against Tom. Hard to be mad at yourself if your opponent plays perfect, but you know, obviously Tom's a professional, and he's been in tons of situations, so I know he He's probably a little upset at himself that his break didn't work as well, but you know, you can't be too mad at it.
Yeah, and it's a great break. He hit that one a lot squarer and came out with a great result. So it'd be nice to see what we can do from here. It's kind of the first opportunity he's had.
He talked to me a little bit before the match, and he was a little worried about the table speed. He said, I heard it plays fast. So yeah, well, it's, you know, it's new cloth. It's slick, but you know, I know you have the ability to play. And he says, yeah, I think I'll be okay. And I think that first shot showed a little bit. He may have been wanting to hold that second ball.
Yeah, absolutely.
But he does have a shot here. He has an opportunity.
Yeah, he's just bridging over the ball though, so.
And it is very difficult. Just want to make sure you don't touch anything. Oh, no. That's unfortunate there because he really did have a good line on it. And just a little bit of a pop, you know, these pockets will spit balls back out. And Tom's got a little bit of an issue here with that 7-1. He's going to want to be able to move one of those balls. And he did. 7 ball right on the rail near the side pocket is definitely going to be an issue.
Yeah, and he potentially might take it early with the 5 ball over the pocket. It might be a big pocket for him as well.
Yeah.
Or maybe he'll just look to develop it.
He got a little kiss there. You know, if he likes the shot, he could play the 5 here and try and keep the cue ball close to the rail. I just don't like the shot of having to go past that side pocket to make contact.
Yeah, it's or maybe he's just so comfortable he's just going to get straight on the rail and just roll it through. No.
Yeah, well, if he was trying to get to the 7,
I think he was.
He made a mistake.
Yeah, he doesn't look very happy. But yet again, that slick cloth comes into play, doesn't it?
And he can see the 4 ball here, so I think what's going to end up happening. Oh, wow. He got some juice on that one. He's still okay, though. He's just going to have to play a tough shot on the 7. That's all there is to it. Because I don't know if he's going to get another opportunity to bump it off the rail. Tom going to take his extension there. Well, he may have gone for the bump. Did he get on the point? That's going to make this shot infinitely more difficult and possibly impossible. I can't tell if he can see all of that ball. I don't know if this goes at him. Oh, wow. Well, he made it look easy.
Of course he did.
It's not often a ball is touching the rail and you're playing into it. Not into the rail, but into the ball. So it's very interesting how he made that shot, but a short error by Shane Petrick. A bobbled 12 ball will be the story there. And Tom Cousins is going to take down rack number 4. And really just giving the young man no opportunities and punishing him for his mistakes.
Yeah, he's definitely given him a welcome introduction to the pro side on the TV table. So, but yet again, I think with Shane's mentality, will take it as a good learning experience, and you know, they'll be better prepared for next time as well, which is great.
Well, and as bad as it sounds, you're gonna have to lose a few before you win one, right? Nobody comes out a winner every time. So taking a loss here against Tom, you know, obviously nobody wants to lose, but I feel like the mentality, like you said, of Shane will take him a long ways in this game. And he's still very young, still has a lot of time to grow into the game. Tom's gonna, oh no. Well, you don't want woes like that when he breaks like this. Shane Petrick's gonna come to the table after a scratch on the break. He has ball in hand behind the line. He can shoot any direction. And I think something that impressed me about Shane was how well he knows the rules.
Yeah, as you can say, he's already kind of a true professional on how he approaches it, and I think that just comes from having a great support system as well. As you said, his mum is fantastic, drives all over the country to support him, and even there he's comfortable with the extension and the shot clock. It's great.
Yeah, he has the potential to be a very, very good player. And this is a tough shot here. Oh wow, you can see quite a bit of that ball. It looked very, very rough for me. We both looked at the monitor a little scared.
Sometimes the cameras can be a little deceiving.
Yeah, now something that Shane's gonna have to work against is this 5 ball here. He's gonna have a tough shot on it, depending on where he can get on this 7 or this 1 ball, or even the 4. Watch out. Again, he is very familiar with the rules, so I think he's just gonna get up on this ball and try and swerve that cue ball out of the hole. Oh, he caught the rail. It was a miscue. He was really trying to hook that cue ball to avoid the scratch, and just caught the edge of the ball.
So yeah, he just slid off it a little bit, but he's Tom Cousins still got a lot to do with the 5 and the 13, so. And you said Shane is from Houston originally?
Yeah, so he's from the Houston area. I know he plays out of Bogies is his homeroom. Actually, the same area that Roberto Gomez plays out of. So Shane's had the opportunity to be around Roberto and several other big Houston players. Blaine Barkis is another good one. So he's got a really good, like you said, that support system of good players. So he really is set up for success. You know, it's something for me because I started playing when I was really young too. I didn't really have that opportunity. There were no juniors programs, and there were no real great players to say, hey, let me show you this, let me show you that. Of course, in the 90s, players were a little bit more reserved. They didn't share information like they do now.
Yeah, and Roberto Gomez is not a bad person to learn from. So.
No, I mean, and Roberto's so easygoing and well-mannered as a player, and he likes to have fun, so he's very relatable to anybody. It's a lot of fun watching Roberto, and I know Shane has taken a lot of what Roberto has taught him and, you know, tried to utilize that.
Yeah,
he's not had much of an opportunity in this match, but, you know, Tom Cousins is Tom Cousins.
Yeah, and there's been little whispers that there's looks like Ultimate Pool League is going to be coming to Houston as well. It's not been announced, but it's definitely in the works, is what I've heard. So I'm sure the Houston area, they've already had a bunch of feedback, and it looks like the league is about to take off pretty soon. And that's another great break from him. So he's adjusted from the first break, and he's got a little unlucky to be on the rail.
And what a massive break, but just really the cue ball positioning is not helping him. You got to feel a little for him because he's having to work real hard for this out, but I think he's going to be okay here.
Yeah, he stroked that really well, and he's got a good chance of getting out. He's just got to be mindful of his work. He's got a little bit funny again.
Yeah, and, it can't be easy under the lights, the pressure of, you already know you're playing a good player, but now you're playing a player in what's probably regarded as his arena. I mean, Tom owns the arena, really.
I mean, I think in the last 3 years of Ultimate Pool, he's probably played in the arena more than he's played on the outside table, so...
And, obviously Justin Bergman playing perfect against him last night, but it's not to say that it couldn't happen the other way around where Tom plays perfect against Justin. That they both play really good, but Tom is super comfortable in this arena, super comfortable under these conditions. And just
he just
a little bit more pace than he needed to shoot on that shot.
Yeah, I think he was just trying to force the pocket a little bit as well, just to kind of come out on the 11, just to make it a little bit more easy for him. But yeah, again, it's just slight roll off, same as the last rack.
Yeah, just little mistakes.
Yeah, and that's just an adjustment he's going to have to make.
It took me so long to realize that sometimes it's better to not try and force something and just to take a little bit more difficult of a shot. But I mean, it's something that I had to learn, and it took me a long time to learn it.
Yeah, well, I've definitely not learned it yet, Steven. So,
well, I'm not saying I don't do it. I'm saying it took me a long time to learn that that's a bad thing to do. I still do it plenty of times. Anybody who's ever played me in a tournament knows that I'm probably 50-50 to get out at any point, at best. And Tom, unfortunately, is going to, once again, make Shane pay a little. It's a race to 7. We're almost halfway through the match, and Shane unable to get on the board as of yet. Had an opportunity or two. And something that Stephen Jameson told me is that if you're going to give a one-word answer on what type of a player Tom Cousins is, the answer is relentless.
Yeah.
And he's right.
I mean, he doesnn't give anything away, so you think he was taking a walk in the park, so it must be so intimidating for other players because you just don't get any feedback from him, and he's just where he needs to be every time.
Yeah, I'm a grown man and I'm intimidated. Imagine being a younger talent, a Sophia Mast, a Shane Petrick, a Kennedy Maiman. Imagine being in that position and playing Tom. It's got to feel like you're up against the wall and the world.
Yeah, and he's a tall guy. He has a big presence around the table as well, and it's definitely a factor as well, I think, of just yet again it's another great break, and he's probably going to be out again from here.
Yeah, it is very possible that he's going to make the out here if he can see the 11 ball. I don't see any issues for him. And Shane looking on, as Tom Cousins is likely going to end this match. And Tom has a little bit of a history of doing this to players, just forcing them to sit in the chair and watch, because he just doesn't make too many mistakes. Tom, it looks like he's gotten a real feel for the table. You know, obviously when he first got here, I think, what did they get here, Tuesday?
Yeah, I think he's been through 6 different queues and played on every single table in here, and asking, you know, it's funny when Tom Cousins is coming to somebody like me or you and asking for advice on the break, or, you know, how should he play this shot? But yeah, it's scary to think this is the first time he's ever played on an American bar box table.
Yeah, I think he's playing with Chris Melling's cue. I think it's gonna be a Q-Tech cue, the new X line that just came out. So it must be hitting pretty good. And it's got to be daunting to come to a new area, play with a different style of cue, but Tom really making it look easy. Shane Petrick going to take this one down as a learning experience, and Tom Cousins is going to move on. We'll get a word with him in the arena here in just a moment. Thank you guys so much. Don't go anywhere.
Ultimate Pool USA presents the Ultimate Pool USA League Grand Finals. You and your team climb the leaderboards for a shot of winning the $100,000 first prize. Survive the heart-pounding formats of match and shot clocks. Deliver for your teammates when it matters most. Track your progress with Ultimate Pool Score. All roads lead to the Grand Finals in October 2025, and your chance to claim a $100,000 first prize. And because our motto is for the players, all prizes are cash payouts. Begin your journey now and sign up to your local Ultimate Pool USA League. Ultimate Pool USA, for the players.
My break tip is completely different from everything that is on the market. Combines the qualities of like a playing tip with a super powerful tip. It's like a tip on the steroids. You can open with less power and still have spin and split the pack perfectly, but you can go for the power breaking and you still have control. You just need to know how to do it. A lot of players that they told me that because they use so less power on breaking, they can focus on accuracy, and the rack always splits the way they want. And because they are not using the power, they keep that accuracy and its reliability. I believe that when you're going to buy something, you need to believe on it and buy it perfectly. And on my side, what I believe is, if I'm going to offer you something, it needs to be better than I was expecting before buying itself. The increases, it's fantastic, it's super good. And they are consistent, they still have power or more power than the normal tips, and they last. and that's what I want. It really feeds me on. When people say thanks and they like the product and they are happy, I feel joy to myself. It's not really just proud, it's just joy. I feel happy.
Back into the Ultimate Pool USA arena with another immaculate performance by Top Cat Tom Cousins. Tom, that was a really good match for you. You broke well, you played well. Are you getting more comfortable on the table?
Yeah, the more I play, the more comfortable I feel. I played pretty well there, but the lad gave me a couple of chances what he probably shouldn't normally have done, and they're all in open play, and if they're an open player, I can pot them.
That's kind of what we talked about while we were watching. You know, Shane's a young kid. He's got a lot to learn about the game, but he got a good opportunity to get in here with you. I feel like other than a few missed shots, he didn't play too bad, but you know, when you really dominate the table, especially your break, it makes it tough for anybody. I know it's probably still a little bit in the back of your head. What you just did there looked akin to how Justin played last night. I know you're going to be looking to meet up with him again soon, I'm sure, right?
I'd rather not play him again, to be honest with you, after last night. But if I get the chances, I can win. A lot of players got more experience with a white ball than I have. But just try and leave myself a shot any time and hope it goes in.
Yeah, well, you're breaking phenomenal. You're playing phenomenal. You're going to have a little bit of a break now. Do you tend to watch the matches? Do you go relax somewhere?
Yeah, no, I'll hang around here for half an hour now, then just go and get something to eat and then come back probably.
There you go. Well, Top Cat Tom Cousins, another great performance by him. We have even more pool coming up with another feature match right here in the arena when we come back.
All right, everybody, welcome back. The Colorado Open rumbles on day number 1 of competition here this weekend at the Rec Room Underground in Denver, Colorado. Grant Berg taking on Chris Reinhold in our next fixture here. One more to come after this before we take our midday break ahead of the evening session. Stephen Jameson and Nate Kane with you for comms on this one. And I'm led to believe, Nate, that Grant's one of yours.
Yeah. We've Kansas City kind of traveled in a big group here. We've got I think somewhere between 25 and 30 players total between all 3 events. And Grant's one of our local players here, and he actually hasn't really been playing pool that long, but he has just jumped astronomically, and so he's a very good shot. He's one of our probably money players, is what we call him. He's in action a lot around town, and he'll play anybody if he can get a fair game, and he really enjoys it. And so his game has really come along in the last couple months. So,
well, you can see by the way that he strikes the ball that he knows what he's doing out there. For a player who's not had a huge amount of experience in this sort of scenario, looks at home. Tough proposition here up against someone as good as Chris Reinhold, who this environment will hold no surprises as a 2-time Mosconi Cup player. Oh, how good a shot is that? Oh, he's unlucky.
Yeah, kind of just had to let it loose, see what happened, and he got a worst case scenario there. That was a great shot, though.
Yeah, I was surprised to see him take it on a little bit. And he just ended up a little bit loose with the cue ball initially, but terrific execution on the shot. I think he's just been a little bit unlucky there, but the way that he played that shot, it did leave him a little bit open
of course,
to that.
Yeah. I mean, Grant's pretty aggressive 8-ball player. You won't see him lay up much. if he has a chance to go for the offensive shot, that's exactly what he's going to do there.
Yeah, that told me that much.
Yeah,
that visit right there told me everything I need to know about how Grant's going to approach this one.
Yeah, he's
going to go down swinging.
Yeah, absolutely, and he's kind of he's more of a rotation player, typically 9-ball, so he likes to kind of swing for it, but he's kind of one of those guys, man, when he's hot and has a high gear, and he's really tough to beat. And he's a heck of a nice guy, so it's hard to bear down against a nice guy sometimes. So
Chris Reinhold, I'm pretty sure it's safe to say is more of a 9-ball specialist than an 8-ball, but very, very good 8-ball player and knows his way around a pool table better than most. Nice development shot there on his stripes to open this rack up, and it's going to give him a 1-0 advantage.
Yeah, able to hold serve there after a dry break. That's always good if you get back at the table and get an opportunity to not let your opponent steal your break. So
1-0, Chris Reinhold leads. A nice finish there in Californian.
How's Colorado treating you?
It's good, yeah, it's good. I just it's not too far of a drive from Kansas City, but I refuse to drive it. It's a quick flight as well, and no, I like Colorado a lot. This is my 5th time total here, and first time for any pool-related events, and it's been really great. The locals have been amazing. So, of course, we got a lot of our league areas kicking off here as well. Greg Gallegos is our local league operator, and he played the event. And like I said, just encouraging anybody that's interested in ultimate pool leagues at all to get out here and check out what the organization's about. And so get signed up to the league with Greg and get a chance to play. So we've actually got quite a few of my local league players made the trip to play in the event, and so they really love it.
Yeah, it's what we've seen so far is once players have got that little taste, they tend to want to come back for more. I encourage anyone out there listening who is thinking about taking the plunge into an Ultimate Pool USA League. Get yourself online, ultimatepoolusa.com. Click on over to Find Your League, and there's one in a lot of places right now. We've not quite covered the length and breadth of the United States, but not too far off. And if you're interested in starting a league, you can do that as well, as we aim to cover every single state.
Yeah, we have quite a few states to announce here. We are definitely starting to cover the map like we'd like to, and so yeah, but there's plenty of opportunity out there to become a franchisee as well. So
Chris Reinhold looking at solids here, and once he gets the top half of the table out the way, the bottom does require a little bit of work. The one ball's just slightly awkward. Don't think it passes to the bottom left. It'll go to the right side pocket, but you want to be good on that.
Yeah, and then with that 11 ball is getting back around to the position you want on that 6 ball is always a little bit tricky too. Your window becomes a lot more narrow there.
Yeah, this is all of a sudden, he just comes to the table now, you think, yeah, this is a tricky clearance.
Right.
I think this has to be the one now. Yeah, unless it does pass, which, you know, camera angles can often be deceiving for us. It may go straight into the bottom left.
Yeah, it looks good. The way he played there, I think it definitely does.
Yeah.
So.
That's the easiest way to find out.
And he got a good opportunity to just kind of stop, pull it back inch 2, and stay in that window for the 6. It's pretty well navigated out here. Still needs to keep a tidy cue ball and stay in the windows and knock these 3 out here, but I do expect he'll do it.
Colorado Open event jersey. He has extremely limited stock. Please go get your jersey ASAP because there's not many left.
That one used all the pocket, but he's okay. And a nice finish from Chris here. And slightly less complicated than I think we thought, but
yeah,
he did take it out very, very nicely.
These guys have a way of making those things look easy, stuff I'd probably never get out of.
Yeah, that's the mark of a good player, isn't it? Didn't have the greatest of times in the shootout yesterday, did Chris? Really sort of chewed him up and spit him out, and that's what the shootout can do to anybody.
Yeah,
it's no indicator on Chris's huge ability.
Quite a fun shootout to both be watch live, commentate. We had a 6-ball shootout. Dave Matlock and Gabe Zone's match came down to the last few seconds. It was fun. It was a good time.
Yeah, there was a lot happening yesterday. I think my personal highlight was the Shepherd-Melling match.
Yeah,
it was just a great advert for shootout pool in general, really, especially with the way it finished with that dramatic 6-ball shootout.
It was less than a second difference. I think I was actually working the ref on the floor, so I missed that one, but I'll go back and watch it for sure.
It was a good one.
Yeah.
It was a good one. Got Jordan Shepherd trampolining around the arena, so...
I've already seen a few Photoshop pictures of Sheppy around there.
Excellent.
Search hard enough on Facebook. They're not hard to find.
Yeah, I need to get in on some of that action. That's something I can get involved with. So Chris Reinhold breaking off.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting to see the pro guys this two schools of thought on the break with this 8-ball on the spot. You see a lot of them cut breaking, and a lot of them just continue to hammer the head ball break there. I personally prefer the cut break at this format. It seems to control the ball a little bit better.
Well, it just stands to reason, doesn't it, that when you've got, if your front ball breaking, you've got 4 pretty large pockets for that cue ball to fall into.
Yeah.
So keeping it safe isn't that easy. You've got to strike it perfectly.
Correct.
Or you're in a bit of danger.
And I seem to find that side pocket about 75% of the time, I think. I made up that stat on the spot, but it's got to be close. So, yeah, it's kind of a big shot here. Definitely, I think it's the time to take it. Not much leads to the breakout. So if he gets this, he got the rack solved.
Yeah, he played that really nicely. I like the way Chris has gone about that. He's played a 2-way shot originally. He's tried to bump the 9 out, and upon not succeeding in doing that, licked his wounds and nailed the bank shot. Very nicely played. He's come up a little bit smelly here, though. Got to play a good shot now.
Yeah, just wants to avoid the 2-ball. Looks like he'll head toward it.
Yeah, he's a bit worried about that. He's a bit worried about his cueing. So much so, he's going to go cushion first on the 10. Or he could just sneak around the edge of it. That helps a lot. Yeah, that was definitely the right shot to play, I think.
He really navigated his time well. There's the shot clock as well. That's what a lot of our league players are seeing, that shot clock's helping their game. So finding it's plenty of time to navigate a table and just not a ton of time to second guess yourself, which is really proven good for some of our newer players, lower skilled league players that really actually love it, and they're getting better fast at this format. So
yeah, it forces you. It can only improve your decision making.
Plenty of times, I always tell a lot of my league players that work with me, take your lap around the table, make a decision, shoot. And usually that's the right decision. So and those are really good navigated out there. So
as Reinhold races into a 3-0 lead, a bit of a ripple out there as well for Chris, including from his opponent's chair. Cheers.
Yeah, Chris is always very, very good-natured. He's really great with the fans, too. And that's another thing, you guys get a chance to come out here. These pros are kind of walking around, sitting amongst us, and it's a good time to pick the brain, say hi. And I know Chris is very big into, he does a lot of lessons, too, for amateur players, and so he definitely get something set up with him there. And it's a good opportunity at these kind of the venue pool hall areas like we have our tournaments in now to kind of mingle and rub elbows with the pros.
Yes, absolutely.
Haven't seen too much of Grant yet, but got a ball down on the break. Maybe make something happen here. Multiple on the break.
Yeah, that was a great break, wasn't it? You'd take that every time.
Oh, one of them.
Well, he's okay.
Yeah, he is
Usually
okay,
you don't want to make both, but actually that's going to help him. Rare occasion that.
Couldn't tell the way he cued that if he needed to spin around that or not.
Yeah, I thought that was it. Yeah, it looks a bit janky, didn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, he's ended up in perfect position, so
good recovery.
Going to give him the benefit of the doubt there.
Right.
But yeah, I was with you. It looked like he was originally trying to draw the ball back. But
yeah.
He's absolutely perfect here, is Grant Berg, and he's going to get his first game on the board, and that will feel good. Don't care who you are, your first experience out in the arena in a weekend, that first frame always feels very sweet.
And that was a good out. I mean, even though it was kind of spread wide open, he broke wide open on it. It kind of jumbled there back a little bit, and he was able to navigate it and get out. So yeah, that definitely has to feel good. It's really kind of his. I mean, we saw the first rack there, where he set on his cue there for a couple racks. Chris kept him in his seat, so he was able to get out there and run out. It was impressive.
He's taken that out really well, yeah. Can never underestimate how difficult it can be to be out in that arena environment and taking on, you know, a really established player in Chris Reinhold.
Yeah, Chris is definitely looking a lot more comfortable and in better form than he was in the shootout here. So I think he wants to do well at this one of these tournaments here. And so this is the second one he's been to. He missed Kansas City, but he did make it to Louisiana Open and now the Colorado Open. So
oh, cue ball saved.
Yes.
And he gets the ball as well. Oh, this is an interesting split. I think you have to go solids, but you've not got much room for error. The reason why I say that, it stripes that 15 right at the bottom of the table, looks dead in the water. I think you have to go solids here.
I think you can roll this in and get the angle on the 2 to kind of break out those. It's going to be at distance, which you never love, but
yeah, his issue is here is he's sort of all eggs in one basket.
Yep.
Just needs to come out nice. I'm not sure it has.
Yeah, it looks like you possibly can get through to the 7 there, and luckily everything leads to the next shot, so he just needs to pocket it, and if he can see it all. I can't tell if the 8 has him or not from our angle.
Yeah, he might have to go cushion first, but even if so, that's not the end of the world. It's an interesting way he played that, almost deliberately tried to get the cue ball as far away as possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, cushion first, and he's come up smelling of roses.
Yeah,
He won't mind that.
Great rub on the 5 there.
Yeah, he won't mind that at all.
Really caught that fad.
Yeah, he's okay.
Oh, yeah.
It's for a 4-1 lead for Chris Reinhold.
Definitely got a couple of rolls there, but at least he made a good shot to get the roll. So that's never mind when my opponent gets a good roll, as long as they hit something to earn it. So.
Yeah, I think that's a fair way to be.
Yeah.
So Grant clapping away in his chair there. I'm sure he'd have been a little bit sore, but yeah, it's not like Chris played bad shots there. He just needed a little bit of luck to get out.
Got a shout out to Jim Hundley there, right on Chris's right shoulder, the guy with the glasses laughing. This beautiful arena you guys see, he's the man responsible for setting it up, building it, and things of that nature. So and he's worked really hard early in the week, so he gets to sit down and have a beer and enjoy the pool front row seat. So
yeah, it's nice to see Jim around.
Yeah.
Son Jeremy's a big part of Ultimate Pool USA as well. You can see in the background there, Adam Williams, Jordan Chavouche, all part of the Ultimate Pool USA team, and yeah, very much sort of vibe that the hard work is sort of done, the event's happening, it's underway, people are enjoying themselves, so they just get to help take it in.
Absolutely.
There's no way there wasn't going to be a ball made there. But wasn't the greatest split in the world from hit in the world, I should say, from Grant Berg, but he's done enough. You can see here, it doesn't really get the huge explosion.
No, they both kind of slightly mishit their last couple of breaks. Tails are swinging toward the cue ball, not parking it as they both would want to there. And Chris is getting a little bit more fortunate after the break. We were having to line it up at this point, but again, he's making good shots and earning every out, so he's playing well.
Well, if he can see the potting angle of the 11, I think you have to take that first.
He's able to really get a lot out of that shot.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Oh yeah, broke that wide open.
Yeah, I wasn't entirely sure if he could get through to that, but when he could, and he's executed the shot beautifully, he's now in prime shape.
Yeah, 13 ball's got a little bit of a narrow window, but other than that, everything's pretty much in the open. But he does have a couple of balls that lead toward that 13, so.
Yeah, be tempted to take 12 here. Come back for the 10. You've got a nice angle on the 13 to go up the table. And just leave the 15 hanging over the pocket as your last ball.
A little light there, probably where he wanted to be, but he does have some workable shots. Kind of one of Grant's big strengths, really, in his game is just his shot making. I mean, as you can see
he's going to need to have it here.
Yeah, it's.
He's actually got an okay route out here. It'll be another reroute, but he can go up the table. Go 15, 13, and sorry, 15, 14, 13, right at the top. So well, he's gone straight after it. What a shot that is!
Great shot by Grant. There. Hit that perfect.
Yeah, he couldn't have picked that up with his hand and played it any better. He's certainly swinging the ball around, but
yeah. No, he's not afraid to spin the ball. And like I said, shot making is just really one of his big strengths here. And so, you get him on an open table, he does pretty well with it. And so, of course, the commentator's curse always there. So,
yeah, he looked in such good shape. Looked like he'd done all the hard work, and it was hard work as well.
Yeah, there was no cookie cutter out there. He definitely was able to navigate it quite well, but now he's giving Chris a really good opportunity on a wide open table.
And he won't think twice about punishing Berg here. He's raw available. Just has to think about how he wants to go about the top of the table, but
throw some spin on this, maybe go in between the 5-7. Yep, there we go.
Yeah, that's okay. He's got a nice angle on the 5 to draw back for the 7.
Fortunate bump there. I don't think he was trying to bump them at all. I think he wanted to go in between them and was able to kind of fall perfect. Funny game, 8-ball, when you're shooting well, you seem to always get the good rolls.
Yeah, when you need them the least, in theory.
Yeah.
Yeah, comes up just perfect on that 3 ball.
Another example there, I think. Yeah, I thought he just kind of stopped that and take the 2 in the lower right, but.
Yeah, it all just depends on sometimes what sort of shots you prefer. There's so many different ways to approach those 2 balls, and
absolutely. Kind of those things. He's obviously feeling good this match. He just wants to see a shot at it right now. He's a favorite to make it, so yeah, he is looking in good form right now.
5-1 lead for Chris Reinhold. All smiles. It looks like he's enjoying himself out there. Why wouldn't you be? When you're that far in front.
Yeah, Grant, that'll probably be the rack he'll remember. He'll want that one back for sure, as he navigated a tough rack and then just missed a tough shot. It wasn't no hanger by any means, but something that Grant's usually a favorite to make there, so he'll definitely want that one back, I imagine.
Chris Reinhold breaking again, this to go on the hill. Looks like he's debating changing the break.
Yeah, they're probably both getting tired of these tough outs they're having to navigate. They'd like to find a way to break and get a road map out here. Oh, there's one of those 4 pockets you talked about.
Yeah, he's a little unlucky, but in truth, if we're calling it down the middle, he got quite lucky on the last one where he rode that pocket pretty tough.
Get that up on the 8. Does it still go? No, he's got some work to do now after that.
Yeah, we're about to see that shot making that he talked about, because he needs something here in a pretty big way. There's an argument here of maybe looking to play a loss of turn shot, but
yeah, I see the angle on it. I kind of like taking it off the 4 ball and making the 11 and making Chris try to navigate a tough rack there.
Yeah,
because you got to move that forward. It's not helping you much.
Yeah, well, he has played a lost turn shot in the end because he made Chris's 9, I think it was, but very much accidental as he took on a really tough 6. And there, I think you just see the difference in the two players and just levels of experience, really. I know Grant's a very attacking player, but sometimes the way to attack is by just holding yourself back.
Yeah, Grant's really kind of taken to all games too. He'll play 8 ball, 9 ball, 3 cushion, 1 pocket. Pretty much any game out there, he enjoys playing. So. Still has some work to do even here with ball in hand. We got to get that, got to maneuver that 8, which I imagine he'll probably do with his first or second shot here. It's well played there to guarantee shape on at least that 15, even though he'll probably want to leave that if he can. So I don't know. I guess he likes getting up table with maybe the 14 later in the rack here, or 12.
Yeah, it just means he's going to have one shot to play. It's not the best. It's not the best shot Chris Reinhold's ever played. He's only got the combo here.
If you want to miss the combo, just tag me in to shoot it for you. Call myself the worst combo shooter on earth, and most people who play with me won't argue that. So.
He's judged that really well, because controlling the 12 was the key there, because he needed to not just land on that ball, but he needed to give himself some angle. He's not giving himself loads, but it's enough to get something. He's going to have to load up here.
Yeah, we're going to see a stroke shot here. 4 ball plays big.
What you got for us then, Chris? I'm not sure he can see the potting angle on this one, and I'm not sure what else he can get either.
Yeah, there's maybe the 2 railer down. I think he just went to go call it, but yeah, 2 railer down here bottom right. Who put the 6 in the way?
Well, he wasn't a million miles off it.
No.
And he's got a pretty good cue ball in the sense of nothing's super easy to run out from here. I'll make Grant earn it.
Grant definitely does not take much time. He gets on with it.
No.
He's a very rhythm shooter, and so he.
It'll be interesting to see if he ever gets down to the 15-second shot clock, because I'd like to see him on it.
Probably won't be a player it'll bother much. So I'll spun that one a little bit. Have to come in one of those shots.
Yeah.
He's going to go ahead with the bank shot here. Oh, he's gonna give it a ride with these rules here. So he's able to. He's definitely going for the top left there, but he hit it short and still made it. So
well, if it's in, it's in.
Yeah, absolutely.
Look at this. Where does that hit? Yeah, halfway down, and it just floats on down, doesn't it?
A little laugh there. He'll take it, I imagine, though. So
yeah, if you're confused as to why that is a game win, there's no calling pockets in international 8-ball rules. You can, as you've just seen there, you can slot the 8-ball.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those things. Some of our league players are kind of picking up on it. You know, if you're going to bank that ball, miss short, give yourself a chance for it to go back table to go in, or like a, you know, cross side bank. You aim where if you're going to miss anywhere, you miss it short, so it'll go to the other side. So
yeah, and it's always something that I feel is worth explaining with international rules, that the goal of them is to almost standardise it worldwide, hence international. And the sort of idea is to take things away, simplify it.
Yeah.
And, you know, calling pockets is a pretty traditionally American thing, but elsewhere in the world, not really the done thing. So it's one of those, if you can take something away and just make it easy, just pop the ball, then that's what international rules is all about.
And kind of why we really love it, at least for the league format. I mean, the international 8-ball rules really, mainly what they do is just speed along the pace of 8-ball racks. And I don't mean turn it into speed pull or anything like that, but just makes you kind of get more bang for your buck in that 30-minute match. There's not quite as many ways to be able to tie up a rack and take a long time on a rack. And you know, sometimes in some of our other rule sets, you can tie up balls and pass on shots and give ball and hand away and use 20 minutes of your 30 minutes for one rack there. And so yeah, it's kind of how I've explained it to our league players, and most of them understand it. They've actually kind of really adapted to it, and it makes sense. Kind of tricky 8-ball to navigate here with his last couple on the table here, so we'll see what he tries to figure out.
Yeah, I just wonder if it's difficult. These balls don't connect very nicely to each other.
And there's also just a tough shot there to play to even get on that 5 in the first place. So
yeah. And Chris Reinhold then will belatedly get his chance to go to the hill.
Not a ton to worry about on this rack. He kind of fell into a little awkward position right here right off the bat. Gonna have to run into something.
Yeah, I wonder if it might have been intentional just to give these two a little bump. Could come out nicer though. He's got to be wary of is these balls just getting in each other's way. Attack.
Yeah, a little
fraction.
I think that's one of the biggest differences we kind of see with our amateur players versus our pros, is really navigating shape off of a thin cut down the rail.
Yeah,
I know he kind of didn't fall where he wanted to on that one, but you know, those guys are able to take on those super tough shots and play it with spin and shape, where me, I'm just trying to make that thing and take what I got. It's that tough of a shot. So
well, it's come out about as awkward as it could for Chris Reinhold. He can make this 10, that's not his problem. It's what he then does with the 9. He's cutting it back. Yeah, and that was why it was the only way he could get access to that 9 ball. And that was such a tough shot.
So Grant Berg can continue to chip away.
Yeah, couldn't ask for a better layout there after not thinking he'd get back to the table. So.
And it flies for Grant Berg. And gets a bit of a ripple from the crowd out there.
Yeah.
I think they're starting to realise we could have a match on our hands here. 5-3, 18 minutes to go is plenty of time to get this match finished on the scoreboard, but it does mean that the 15-second shot clock may have a say.
Yeah, I think it may be one of those cases if we get to that, and it may actually ruffle Chris a little bit more than Grant. I mean, just
maybe.
Chris is a little bit more methodical, definitely the way he does. Not that he's a slow player by any means, but that 15-second shot clock we've seen, it's kind of goes both ways. Either ruffles you or it makes people shoot better. So,
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, Grant hoping for a little bit of luck on the break here. See if he can get back up to the table here and get a chance to break to equalize if he's able to steal a rack here on Chris's break.
(5-3), Chris Reinhold with the break. He gets one late, but he got one. And these have come out a dream.
I know we do get a lot of questions whenever the shootout, the 8-ball counts on the break, but however, in the open, it does not count as a win here. It always spots, no re-rec option at all. And it spots and keeps shooting as long as you make another ball with the 8-ball as well, no different object ball.
Yeah, I didn't even spot that he made a golden break there. Because, yeah, we're not looking out for it. 8-ball goes in, it comes back up. And I will say one of my least favourite rules in international 8-ball rules. No, rule set's perfect. But one of my least favourite ones, if you make the 8-ball on the break and you don't make another ball, it will be your opponent's visit. I always think that feels like a tough rule.
Yeah, and that's kind of the ones that are, especially for a lot of our league players there, they're used to either spotting and keep shooting here and with our current rule sets. The way I kind of just explain it, it's like, you know, the 8-ball's never a legal ball on an open table.
I understand it. Yeah. I do understand why it's there. I just don't like it.
I know. I always just tell my league players on it so they get a better understanding of it. It's like, hey, you're shooting again with 15 balls on the table, so it's kind of considered a dry break. So,
yeah.
But I'm with you. It's not my most favorite rule either, but kind of getting penalized when making a ball. But the thought process makes sense on it to me.
Yeah, it does. It does. I always think, you don't have the luxury of choice on what ball you make of a break, and all you're trying to do is make one. Not discriminating which colour you're trying to make. And Chris has gone about these really nicely. It was a nice layout for him, but
it was.
We've seen it so many times how easy nice layouts can become bad ones with just a bad shot. He's taken them out really lovely. Great little route he picked there for his last few balls, and he goes on the hill.
Yeah, that was kind of one of the easier layouts after the break we've seen in this match here. They've definitely had some tough layouts, even with getting ball in hand scratch and things of that nature, and it still hasn't been any give me outs hardly at this one at all.
But they've played pretty quickly at the same time. You know, worth pointing out that they've played at a decent pace. It's just having some fun with the guys in his corner there.
Yeah, we got all the ultimate pool guys sitting behind them, heckling the players here. No, but that is really one of the great things with the way the format and the way we have it set up is that, I mean, of course, they won't bother players if they don't like it, but a lot of the players love interacting with the fans in the middle of their matches even, and so joking around a little bit kind of keeps them loose, so a little bit less nervous.
Yeah, it feels a little bit less serious, makes it sound like we're here on a fun run, you know what I mean? But yeah, we're obviously not, but I like the fact that it's a relaxed energy out there.
No, these guys are definitely playing for some big money and a lower entry fee, so it's good chance to get a good payday for the entry fees here on the Ultimate Pool Opens.
Grant Berg crunches the break, and at first glance a pretty decent opportunity as well. No real clusters, every ball has a pocket. Solids look really good. They look slightly less good now.
Hopefully he's, no, I can't get to the 3 it looks like. He's got to come with a good shot on this 2 ball.
Okay.
Handled that really well and got right back into line. That was a good shot.
He's a little straight on this, but I think he's got just enough angle to come down the table. Yeah, he's fine. Oh, he's played the bump, which was risky. Don't know if he needed to do that, but he's going to keep on digging. That may be all she wrote.
Yeah, definitely. Grant didn't do anything to. He definitely should be proud of his performance here against the top American pro. And so even if maybe he'll get lucky and get another shot here, who knows? But
yeah, double elimination, so he'll go down to the B side. I do think that one was. That layout there was a really good example of just how important pattern play was. His first shot, I didn't think was the right shot. I think if he went another way, he might have got out. All very easy to play from this position, though. I've never missed a ball in here, and
never.
I can tell you I've missed so many in a natural table. Yeah, I think if Grant had his time again, he might see it another way. Chris Reinhold, 2 balls away from victory here in the Colorado Open. Perfect last stroke, and he is moving on. Good performance from Chris Reinhold. He gets the better of Kansas City's Grant Berg to advance in the Colorado Open as Berg bumps down to the B side. Chris Reinhold looking in good shape as he advances. Thanks for joining me now. We'll see you in a second, actually.
All right, thank you.
As Chris will also grab a word with Inamo.
Ultimate Pool USA presents the Ultimate Pool USA League Grand Finals. You and your team climb the leaderboards for a shot of winning the $100,000 first prize. Survive the heart-pounding formats of match and shot clocks. Deliver for your teammates when it matters most. Track your progress with Ultimate Pool Score. All roads lead to the Grand Finals in October 2025, and your chance to claim a $100,000 first prize. And because our motto is for the players, all prizes are cash payouts. Begin your journey now and sign up to your local Ultimate Pool USA League. Ultimate Pool USA, for the players.
My break tip is completely different from everything that is on the market. Combines the qualities of like a playing tip with a super powerful tip. It's like a tip on the steroids. You can open with less power, I mean, still have spin and split the pack perfectly, but you can go for the power breaking and you still have control. You just need to know how to do it. A lot of players that they told me that because they use so less power on breaking, they can focus on accuracy, and the rack always splits the way they want. And because they are not using the power, they keep that accuracy and its reliability. I believe that when you're going to buy something, you need to believe on it and buy it perfectly. And on my side, what I believe is, if I'm going to offer you something, it needs to be better than I was expecting before buying itself. The increases, it's fantastic, it's super good. And they are consistent, they still have power or more power than the normal tips, and they last. And that's what I want. It really feeds me on. When people say thanks and they like the product and they are happy, I feel joy to myself. It's not really just proud, it's just joy. I feel happy.
Welcome back, everybody. We're in the arena here at the Rec Room, Colorado, with the one and only Chris Reinhold. Chris, congratulations on the victory, first of all. I just said to you a moment ago, it must have been nice to actually get some table time here in Colorado, because the shootout sort of chewed you up and spat you out yesterday, but how much did you enjoy the experience?
No, it was great. Yeah, the shootout yesterday was a little rough, like the first one was that I had, but third time's a charm maybe. Next time it'll go my way.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. But it was obviously a different format in the Open. It's a little bit more sedate and much more what you guys are accustomed to, I guess, and you must have been pleased with how you played in the end.
Yeah, I played well overall, but I'm still making a few little positional errors in the last few balls, maybe the wrong pattern or something, but I don't know, I think I'll be a force at the end of the tournament, but it's a little learning curve for now,
Is it one of those where you're trying to just build your way into the tournament a little bit?
Yeah, you don't get to do that with the shootout because it's single elimination, obviously, but then I had to buy this time and then I had to wait for a while, so I'm glad to get a win under my belt and hopefully we can keep it going.
Looked like you were scratching around on the break a little bit, thought about changing it up and that kind of thing. It's obviously the biggest shot in 8-ball, we all know that, but no one's quite figured out the secret juice on this table yet. What have you learned so far?
I think I just hope to hit them hard and not scratch, and then to give myself the best chance to maybe run them out. So I'm just going to keep doing my best, and we'll see what happens.
And we know we had you in Louisiana. We didn't see you in Kansas City. We're back in Colorado. I wanted to ask, how much have you enjoyed the Ultimate Pool USA experience so far?
It's pretty awesome. I think this is my favorite location of the event so far as the scenery and all that. Colorado's beautiful, and I hope you have it again here next year.
Well, likewise. First time in Colorado, or have you been before?
I've been quite a bit, but it's you get to visit a different place every time, so pretty good.
Yeah, beautiful part of the world and some beautiful play on the table as well, Chris. Congratulations.
Awesome, I appreciate it. Thank you.
We will see you back later on in the tournament, and in just a moment we're going to have a chat with Nate Kane to talk a little bit more about Ultimate Pool USA Leagues. Do stay with us. Welcome back, everybody. Stephen Jameson and Nate Kane in the arena here in Colorado. We're about to see Chris Melling take to the table, but we're running well ahead of schedule here in Colorado, so a great opportunity to talk a little bit about Ultimate Pool USA Leagues. We're here in Colorado, we're here at the Open. It's fabulous. We've got so many players here, but the Opens are a long, long way from being all that Ultimate Pool USA is about.
Right.
You're a big part of the league structure right now in Kansas City, Nate, and you've been really, really enjoying it. And what have you made to the entire experience so far?
Yeah, no, just the experience from like start to finish. With I started by going to the Louisiana Open to get to know Ultimate Pool USA, and it's been amazing. The just excitement around the league pool with the new format and things like that is just growing. We get questions every day as we have our league night, people coming to see it and checking it out, and always encourage them to come out to these open events and find out what Ultimate Pool is all about, see a little bit of the rule set, things like that, get a chance to join the league. And every time we have one of these, we just kind of get a lot more interest and people reaching out to us, so it's really good.
Yeah, and what have you sort of made, how it's been received so far? Because obviously the big strapline with Ultimate Pool USA is that it's for the players, and that means a lot of different things, I know, from Ultimate Pool USA's perspective. But the one that I can ask you about is how much are your players in your leagues enjoying their Ultimate Pool USA experience?
Yeah, very, very welcome change is what we get every time they hear back, just kind of based on what they're used to. They're able to get home a little bit earlier. They're playing for a little bit bigger prize money, a lot bigger prize money, really important. So we've actually got one of our league players here is getting the experience to play Chris Melling next. He's right behind me, Nick Waughtal, so he's looking forward to that. And so, yeah, I mean, they just love everything about it, from the pace of play, what they're used to, getting home a little bit earlier, as I mentioned before, the actual rule set, the shot clock, everything about it. We're seeing our players kind of get better, and as they get more used to that shot clock, and it's really a fun time for them.
Yeah, because we know from experience here in America, there's such a huge cultural love of this game, right? But every player wants a little bit of something different out of it. Not everyone wants to come and compete in the arena table and take on Chris Melling. Plenty do, and that's to be encouraged. But not everyone. It's not about that for everyone. You know, some people just want to be able to have, you know, shoot some pool, have a few drinks, and have some fun with their friends. But for those who want to take it a little bit more seriously and enter a bit of a crack team and take on a national title, there's some serious prize money to be won, isn't there? Because once 1,500 teams are in the league, that grand prize total for first prize at the national finals next year is $100,000, which is not to be sniffed at. That's some serious cash.
No, we feel it's something we're going to hit pretty easily with those league times. We think that's a conservative number. As we add more teams, that number goes up. It's one of the kind of unique things. Good portion of your league night dues go directly to national prize funds, and so that's kind of something a little bit different than what we're used to. So the bigger we get nationwide, the bigger that pie gets for everybody to kind of win some life-changing money. We're in over 20 states right now. You're going to see a lot more announcements over the next couple weeks, some very, very big areas. A lot more league teams we're adding. We're launching half sessions starting October 14th all across the nation. So definitely it's a good time to find a spot, find a team, kind of get in on the ground floor and go compete in the grand finals for that 100K.
Yeah,
100K plus we're hoping.
Well, yeah, absolutely. And you can do that. You can head to ultimatepoolusa.com. You can find a league, and then you've got a big list of all the different leagues available and a way to contact each of the people like Nate, the guys who run them. But for those who don't have a league near them and think, I would love to have a league, but it's only me who's going to make this happen, like you did in Kansas City. What would you say to those people about becoming a franchisee?
First off, reach out to us. I think we've put a lot of graphics out. I believe it's League at Ultimate Pool USA. You shoot us an email, say you're interested. Hey, I don't have Ultimate Pool in my area. We'd love for you to bring it, come our way. We'll reach back out. So you'll probably actually hear from me or Adam, a couple of our guys here, and say, hey, this is what we think it'll take to get started. Let's talk about it, have a conversation. We're looking to bring it across the nation. So, like I said, I think it's 22 states and counting. We got a lot more to announce. So yeah.
Yeah, it'd be nice to have all 50 at one stage, wouldn't it?
We're going to get there. So.
We'll get there, yeah. Well, Nate, thank you so much for chatting to us. And I know you're going to be wanting to cheer on Nick in just a moment. Your boy from KC, who's taking on Chris Melling. Thank you so much for sticking with us. Chris Melling next up in the Colorado Open.
Thank you.
Ultimate Pool USA presents the Ultimate Pool USA League Grand Finals. You and your team climb the leaderboards for a shot of winning the $100,000 first prize. Survive the heart-pounding formats of match and shot clocks. Deliver for your teammates when it matters most. Track your progress with Ultimate Pool Score. All roads lead to the grand finals in October 2025, and your chance to claim a $100,000 first prize. And because our motto is for the players, all prizes are cash payouts. Begin your journey now and sign up to your local Ultimate Pool USA League. Ultimate Pool USA, for the players.
Ultimate Pool USA back on track. Here we go. We've got another great match. I'm not too familiar with the gentleman that we're seeing right now, Mr. Nick Waughtal. And I hope I'm saying that name right. And he is, of course, playing Mr. Chris Melling, somebody that you're very, very familiar with, Shane Thompson.
Yeah, too familiar. Yeah, no, me and Chris known each other for a very long time. So. We travel together as well. So.
Of course. Are you still in? You're still in the winter side?
Yeah, I play at 8 o'clock on the TV, I think.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I play Jordan, so.
Well, there you go, guys. A little insider knowledge. I don't think the order of play is out yet. Not that it really matters, but Shane Thompson, Jordan Shepherd's going to be a great match on the TV table.
Yeah, I think that's winner's qualification as well. So.
So that'll put you in the final 32. Yeah.
2 bites at the cherry.
Yeah, there you go. Well. We've got a great match in front of us here. Of course, I'm sure you're aware, so they've taken the match clock that was on the last 2 events. It was 50 minutes. Now they've dropped it down to 40.
Yep.
Being that you guys are so good in Kansas City that we hardly ever saw even the 15-second shot clock.
Yeah, I think games on this table, I think, don't take as long as people think.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't mind the drop in the time.
Yeah, it puts more pressure on you guys, gives it a little bit more of a show for the fans, but it doesn't take away from what we're going to see, right?
Yeah, no, you'll still see some good pool, and obviously you'll see some quick finishes when it gets to the 15 seconds.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting.
Chris has tied a few balls up there with that shot. You won't be happy there.
Yeah, Chris is really good at manufacturing things to happen on the table, kind of helping himself out, but he gets himself in these positions quite a bit sometimes.
Well, he's played a great shot there.
Yeah, and he's just got to. This is a tough one because he kind of has to clip the one ball to shoot it up in the corner, and he's got to do this weird drag. It's going to be a tough shot to execute.
Yeah, I think he's got enough angle just to stun it. Cushion first, hit the 9, put the 2 over the pocket.
He put a lot of power in that. Well, and this is going to be our first opportunity to see Nick here.
Yeah, I'm not too familiar with Nick, but obviously I'm not familiar with a lot of players over here, so I'm still trying to figure out who plays good and who doesn't.
Yeah. Well, and you know, it's crazy because Nick could be a champion, and this might be his first time under the lights with the cameras, the pressure. So I mean, it's very possible that Nick plays phenomenal, and we may not be seeing his best game depending on how this goes. You know, of course, anytime you're playing somebody like Chris Melling, it's got to be nerve-wracking.
Yeah, you're under pressure straight away. You know, you can't miss a ball or leave him any sort of chance.
Yeah, similar to playing the likes of like Tom Cousins for Mr. Shane Petrick earlier. That was a tough match for him, being so young. You know, having to play a champion like Tom, or even playing somebody like you that's just so good at the game. It's got to be nerve-wracking.
Yeah, he was only a young lad as well, wasn't he?
Yeah, absolutely.
So I'm guessing he's here for the juniors and just played in the Open as well.
Yeah, so he's playing the juniors in the Open. So he's still in the juniors, obviously on the B side of the Open. That's one thing that I.
Wow!
What a shot that was. Yeah. And you see Chris kind of toss his hands up like, "Oh, I made the great shot, but I left myself bad." You see him do that a lot, but you know,
he does it all the time. He could be dead perfect, and he'll still have a moan about something.
Yeah, Chris is
he's good entertainment, that's for sure.
He is, and in off the table, he's just as much fun. I mean, we went out Thursday night, and he really is a funny guy. He's going for what you guys would call the treble.
Treble, yeah. I think on this table you can't really do that at the moment because obviously it has a new felt.
It's too slick.
It slides. It is crazy.
You can do it, but the way you would do it normally, you can't.
Yeah.
You'd have to miss it bad like you normally would, and it would go because of the slickness.
He would have had to have probably hit second diamond there for it to be anywhere near.
Well, and Nick here has an opportunity, had a real Close brush with the 8 ball. That is, that's the things that can happen when you play somebody like this. You trick yourself into making silly mistakes. Uh-oh, we've got a...
Yeah, I think he hit the 10 with his shirt.
Yeah. We do play all ball fouls here, so unfortunate there for Nick. Sometimes when it rains, it pours. Had an opportunity there and just didn't hold the shirt in. But
because there's some events over here where you're allowed to do that, isn't there?
Most events play cue ball fouls only.
Right. Okay.
Which means if I touch a ball with my hand and my shirt or something, then generally the opponent would get to say, "Oh, move it back to where it was," or whatever like that. It's not the greatest rule playing it like that, because you're giving, if you've got somebody that was dishonest, which obviously we don't want anybody to we don't want to think that anybody would do that, but if you get somebody who was and you tell them, "Oh, put it back where you think it was," they could put you in a bad spot because it's their option. I definitely like the all ball fouls. I think it promotes good dress in tournament settings.
Yep.
Which I think is something that we lack in.
I mean, if you foul, you foul at the end of the day. In my opinion. So,
but having shirts tucked in and stuff like that's something you have to do here, playing all ball fouls.
Yep.
And I think that's a good thing to have people dressed well. So, obviously, we all want to be comfortable, but at the end of the day, if we're trying to do this at a high level, you want to look good and have decent clothing on. Well, Chris is doing what he does. We talked. Me and Stephen Jameson talked about this a little bit. When Chris gets in a groove and he kind of
he's unstoppable.
He runs around the table like that. It's very intimidating. Oh no,
that's a big mistake.
How did he do that? Did he come off the ball?
Yeah, he cannoned into the 7 and the 4. Sorry. Kind of the 4 right now.
Oh wow, that's kind of a silly mistake for Chris, because I feel like he should have been aware of where the cue ball was going.
Yep.
He doesn't make those mistakes very often.
I mean, I would have probably played the 15, but
well, as we see Josh here, I'm sorry, Nick. I'm sure he's going to be very aware of where his fingers, his hands, his shirt is.
Oh.
Maybe rushed it a little bit. This is something that I've discussed in full with a lot of people. I think that if you've never played with a shot clock, I think you don't realize how long 30 seconds is.
It's a long time.
It really is. It doesn't feel like it when you're watching, but when you're at the table, it's a lot of time.
Yeah, it is.
Back in Louisiana, go back to somebody that I know pretty well, Justin Espinoza. You saw him physically have a hard time with it. He kept turning around, checking the clock, shooting fast.
I think I remember that, yeah.
And Justin's a phenomenal player, but he's definitely not a shot clock player.
Yeah.
So it really got to him, and I think that's what we're seeing a little bit here with Nick, which is unfortunate because I'm sure he plays well enough. But I think the shot clock is getting to him just a little bit. Obviously, he's got the world up against him with his opponent, the shot clock, and everything else. So
he's got to play the 1 now.
Yeah, 1.
Stun the ball dead.
1 to the 4. He can kind of do that stun down from the 4 to the 5.
Just don't over. That's perfect.
I like playing the stun out because I don't want to go towards the corner pocket.
Yeah.
A lot of players will try and push this with top and it'll send their cue ball towards that corner pocket.
I think with top, I think you could probably get in the middle of the middle diamond. Yeah.
Kind of like that.
Yeah, perfect.
Well, and
Nick here with an opportunity to get on the board. And it looks like he's going to be able to do that.
Perfect.
Yeah, there we go. And Nick's got a little bit of a fan base here. You hear some USA chants. Of course, I'm sure you guys know better than anybody that USA is proud of their fans.
Yep. I think I remember when we played Louisiana and I played Corey. I think it was Corey, and the whole crowd was. I think obviously the people that were there from the UK was doing the whole Europe thing, and
there was actually some Americans doing it. There was.
I
was chanting USA, but it's one of those things. It's I
think you have to, don't you?
In a sense, yeah. Because I want to support my home country. Obviously,
it's not your fault that you supported the loser at that time. Obviously,
of course,
twice.
I understand. I got 2 words for you: Ricky Evans.
That's it. Yeah. Do you know what's crazy? He plays so good against me every time.
He has had your number a little bit. He's played very, very well. You were up a little bit on the match. You had some things go wrong for you that normally wouldn't. But I mean, you guys had a heck of a match. It was a great way to start off the shootout. Obviously, it's not the finish you wanted, but going back, if you watch it as a fan, it's a phenomenal match to watch.
Yeah, no. Obviously, it's so tough. Obviously, I've been here all week. Obviously, practicing and playing a few little mini events and stuff, and obviously coming from the outside table to this table is so different. And obviously it takes a few racks just to get used to the pace and the slide and everything like that. So
yeah, it's a big difference.
Yeah.
And I've talked to a few players that played on the TV table that probably haven't played on a table like this before, and it's the same thing. It's the slickness. It's the way the felt grabs, not on the first rail, but the second or third rail, depending on what you're doing.
Yeah.
So it's just a. Oof. Chris not as calculated as he usually was on that 12 ball. He actually overcut it, but not enough for it to matter. So he's going to take that rack and pull back in the way. There you see President Jordan Chavash and Aiden Mevlet over there. Aiden's our TikTok superstar, getting ready to come in and do some fun stuff in the arena during the break, but it's been a good weekend here so far. The crowd is good. We talked about this a little bit. Talked about this venue is obviously a little smaller than what we've been at.
Yeah.
And we worried a little bit about how the intimacy would affect the crowd and everything. But it's really been good. I'm actually
the crowd have been good.
I'm actually been pretty surprised we've had such a good crowd, because I mean, a lot of times when you walk through there, you have to go through 3 or 4 people deep just to walk through, and it's been fun to watch.
He's found the drink.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
I think these solids are gone. I think. Let's start with the 6.
Yeah, his opening shot on the 6. He's going to look to drag down. I think he's going to
try and break out the 3.
Right now?
Yeah, only because if he doesn't get it, he's got options.
Oh, I think the 3-4-5 combo.
He's playing the combo, yeah.
And all he's got to do is make sure that the 4 holds. He wants to hit it soft. Not the best thing that could have happened, but I think he's going to be okay here, because I think he can still shoot he can cut the 3 in the side and just hold his cue ball, play the 1, and he's got the 4, however he wants to do it. But the 4 ball does go.
Playing the 1.
He's going to he should take the 2 here, roll up, be able to shoot the 4. He may fancy the 3 ball here instead.
I think he'll screw off 2 rails.
Yeah, he's going to shoot the 3 in the corner and then just pull back for the 4. Yeah, that makes sense. He must not like the gap between the 14 and the 15. This is a touch shot. He's really good at these shots, though. Uh-oh.
No, he's good.
Definitely not a shot you want to be tree-topped on, though. No. Shooting over that ball.
No, it's good, though. he's got a lot of pocket there.
Yeah, just watch the cue ball, watch the speed. He played it well. It's pretty common for a lot of players, maybe not Chris, but a lot of players they're gonna overhit that because it's thick, and they'll end up scratching in the corner because they think they need to hit it a certain way. But he hits it really well. So quick, Chris Melling up 3-1 here. And there you see Chris. We talked about it before. We're in the Mile High City, and a man with a mile-high list of accomplishments. He's won pretty much everything there is to win. He's been a world champion.
Yeah, he's been around the block.
Yeah, plays a little bit of everything. Plays American pool, plays European 8-ball, plays Chinese 8-ball, plays rotation games. He plays it all.
He'll play anything if it's worth a few quid.
What about dollars? We played if there's dollars involved.
Money's money, sir. Let's come up dry on the break.
Yeah, Nick's going to have an opportunity here, but he's got some issues that he's going to have to work out. It's not a tic-tac-toe rack, that's for sure.
Nah, it's all on this first shot. I think solid with the balls, to be honest, but he's played a good shot there.
Yeah, the hard part about this one is that 9, 15, 12, 10 area. And I feel like you want to tackle that early. If you're going to take these stripes, you need to tackle it early.
Yep.
I don't like leaving it for the last set of balls. I think he's made a good decision here.
Yeah, I think the 11, he's got to leave.
Well, I think now he's going to be forced to play. I mean, he could play the 15-9.
Yeah, I think I would.
Because I think it carries, if he misses, I think it carries holding the 9 ball in front of the pocket.
I think he could be close to the in-off here.
He was close. He's got an even steeper angle now. It's very easy to misjudge these combos when the balls are close.
I think this is a lot easier than the shot before, though, because he was kind of bridging over the 2 ball. So I think he's in a better spot now, but
the only thing I'm worried about is where's the cue ball going.
Well, if he can stun it dead, if it's a shot where he can just stun it dead, then it'll automatically be on the. Oh, he got lucky there.
He kind of hit that a little quick, but he's given himself a good shot because he's got the 15. If he can just control the cue ball, I like him just going off the top rail, coming down, maybe bumping the 8 in a good way, and he'll have the 9 ball easy. Don't want to bump it like that. Oh. Luck's a little on his side right now.
Yeah.
If he hits any more of that 8 ball, he's behind the 9. So got very fortunate there. The 8 ball does go in the side pocket. He wants to watch the shirt. Yeah, he's good here. And he had a little bit of a rough start, but clearly Nick plays a little good. He's got a little fortunate, but that's pool.
Yeah, he can pop balls.
Let's talk a little bit more about that fortunate. I'd rather be lucky than good any day.
Yeah, I'd like to see Chris's face right now, though.
I'm sure he's having a laugh about it. That's what he generally does when he's not a fan of something.
No, he's not happy. He's not happy one bit.
Yeah, Nick looks pretty composed. He's probably nervous, which is understandable. But it's always funny when I see people in the chair for the first time. They've never been there.
Yeah.
It's very stone-faced and
serious.
Yeah, I feel like for me personally, if you put me in that chair in that arena playing somebody like you or Chris, I'm probably going to be smiling the whole time. Like,
Just
not when running 6 packs on you, sir.
I'd still be smiling. And then I get a front row seat to the action.
Well, he's got a matching break and t-shirt, polo.
Probably his favorite color, I would assume.
It is actually a nice color, to be fair.
It is. That is a pretty cue.
It is at the Rush, I think. I've seen some wacky break cues here this week. I've seen a pink one.
Yeah, that's going to be one of the new brands of break cues that they have out. I think they have gold ones, blue ones, red ones, pink
Crazy.
ones.
Some matte colors going on. Just
Yeah, well, the European side of things, you guys usually have it's more traditional wood colors and nothing too fancy.
Just stick with my black breech and I'm happy.
I think I'm going to have to get a hold of a Tom Cousins playing cue and break cue, because I think I may end up coming over there and trying out some European 8-ball, English 8-ball at some point.
Yeah, you'll have to put some time in for that one. The pockets are going to get you.
Probably.
And the cue ball will get you massively.
Well,
it will play like you wouldn't believe.
I'm definitely going to have to figure it out.
Everything hits wide. So, like, let's say you've got the... How can we work it? Let's say you've got the 8 ball's a cue ball and the 11 ball, and you play that plain ball. On this table, you're probably hitting in the middle of the 2 diamonds. The middle diamond and the first diamond.
Yeah.
on our tables with our balls, you're probably hitting between the first diamond and the corner pocket.
Oh yeah, because it's small, it's deflect more often.
It pushes away.
Well, I have to figure out how to manage that.
Yeah, you just manipulate with side a little bit, that's all.
Talking about manipulating with side. That's what's just happened there. Nick putting a chunk of English on that ball.
Yeah, he put a big stroke on that, and he's gone too far.
I actually think this is okay.
I don't think he can get through there. I think he's going to kick it one rail.
I think he can make the good hit, but I'm not at the table. He is. Look at this. Oh, wow.
That was a great effort.
Not only a great effort, but you hear the crowd. They're clearly behind him. It's.
I wonder if he's local. The crowd are really behind him.
He must be. See if I can get some information on Mr. Nick Waughtal.
There's a couple of big cheers for him, so he must be fairly local at least, or maybe a big group of players from an area have come.
Traveling, yeah, that's very possible.
Because I've spoken to a few people and they've done some serious driving this weekend.
Yeah, you know, that's something that when a good event comes to town, everybody will travel. So he's actually, if this is the same gentleman, I think it is, he's actually from Independence, Missouri.
Okay.
So he's done some good traveling. So he clearly must have brought a good group with him, where everybody's kind of playing, you know, Kansas City, Missouri.
Our European Ultimate Pool president is clapping for Chris there.
Oh, yeah.
Very biased.
Got to root for your own. Of course, I'm sure he wasn't too happy last night watching the American Justin Bergman take down the shootout.
I don't know. I think it's good for this side of the game to have an American winner.
Well, and you know, we're all fans of Justin Bergman because we've followed him since he was young.
Yeah.
So it's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, we can't keep coming over and taking all the money. We got to keep some of it back here.
Understandable. And it looks like we're going to get to I see some more matches that are coming up on our TV table. Justin Bergman will be playing Damian Pongpanic.
Is that tonight as well, yeah?
That'll be later on, yeah. So we know we've got Shane Thompson. We know we've got Bergman, Jordan Shepard, Damian, all good players. They're all going to be on the TV table later tonight.
Yeah, I think I got told I'm on at 8 o'clock, so I think there'll be a game before me and then I think maybe 2 after me.
Yeah, we've got a little bit of a break after this, but it's all good because we'll be back later tonight with some more action for you. Chris here with a nice little play off. He wasn't sure it was going to go. And we're at the 20-minute mark of this match.
Yeah, I think 40 minutes is plenty of time.
I think it's just enough to make it different from the shootout, where it's not so tight, but you're also adding a game on the race. So yeah, I think 40 is a good spot. Let's see what Chris can do here to get that 15 ball moved.
That's a great shot. Is he on the 15? I think he's hooked.
This table is a little, I mean, this camera is a little hard to tell on. I think
he's hooked. I think he's looking at the bank. Bank on the 15 into the bottom right. He likes doing those
like a cross bank, yeah.
Yeah.
He's got to watch the 7 ball because the 7 ball might get in the way. Oh, he hit it good. Look at this shot. Oh, man. Well, he didn't do any favors for the 8 ball up there.
No, but it's a big favour for Nick because now the 7 ball is a good ball to get the 2 out. Oh, wow.
Well, again, just unfortunate situations where Chris gives up the table and Nick played a great shot.
Yeah, to draw straight into the pocket is a bit rough. But you know what? The 8 ball is not easy. I'm not sure if it passes a 2 into the top left.
Well, here's what I think is about to happen. I think he's going to shoot this 11 ball. I think
he needs to be where the 6 is. If the cue ball if he can get to where the 6 is.
Play one right.
Right. What's he doing here?
That I don't know. Oh, he's giving himself a big angle.
Wow. So he's going to come behind the 3.
He's going to try and come behind the 3 at a less steep angle, so he can come directly into the 2 ball.
If he hits the 2 full or cushion first, a lot of good things can happen here.
There's also some bad stuff depending on the speed. If he bumps the 2 perfect,
I don't think he'll hit it hard enough for that.
Well, this is wonderful.
Oh my God!
Wow. Yeah. Let's. I mean, the magician doing magician things. Chris Melling really lighting it up here in this arena like he does pretty much everywhere he goes. And that's one that I'm sure Nick will remember for a long time.
That's a great shot.
You know, Dave Matlock put on a great shot in the shootout. I think that right there is maybe the shot of the Open so far.
Definitely.
It's really incredible.
What I liked about Dave's shot though is that he uses opposite hand.
Yeah, that was strong.
Because obviously he's a left-handed player. And yeah, he shot right-handed. Alright, let's see if Nick's got a bit of fight in him. See what he can get going. So dry break.
Yeah, what a shot that was. And Chris really just he thrives with the crowd, with the lights, with the arena.
Yeah, he just loves showing off.
Him and Tom are so opposites, whereas Tom just comes in and he just does business
and he leaves
and he's done. He doesn't show a lot of emotion. He's not gonna pump and cheer and do much of that.
You don't see any of that.
But he gets the job done. Stephen Jameson says the one word reaction to to Tom is relentless.
Yep.
And it's very true. Whereas Chris's one word might be flashy.
Yeah, he likes doing.
Or showman.
Yeah,
he is the magician.
He's
after
definitely
all.
a showman. Yeah, for sure. I think if he drops it dead weight, I think he's all right.
And that was a great shot. Going through that gap like that, knowing how much the table's gonna be able to take the ball.
Yeah, especially with the new felt as well. It's very slidey.
And he's got a perfect shot here. He's just gonna stun up. That's a shot that Chris does really well. It's just being able to stun the ball.
Just kills the cue ball. Yeah.
And here it is. He's gonna get on the hill in this winner's side match of the Colorado Open. His opponent hasn't played bad, just had some tough action on his cue ball, a couple unfortunate scratches and fouls.
Yeah.
You know, that's really all it comes down to.
It's a big part of the game as well. When you get them bad rolls, it's just can be the only thing you do wrong.
Yeah, and it can cost you the match. Big break by Chris, big scratch on the break, balls down everywhere. Wow. So I gotta like the solids here.
Yeah, if he can get, he can get to the 7.
He can get to the 7, and he's just gotta get out of there and get a shot on the 5, 2, or 1. He's got a shot on the 1 ball or the 5 on the side. I
think if he would have been able to push forward a bit more. Oh, he's missed. He's missed the 1 ball.
That's going to be a costly mistake here with Chris on the hill.
Yeah, I think this could be match over. My throat is very dry.
It's Denver, Colorado, man. I bought chapstick for the first time in probably 15 years.
Yeah, I got some the other day as well. My lips are still a bit cracked, but yeah, my throat is so dry. It didn't help when I slept the aircon on last night, but I forgot to turn it off.
Yeah, that'll do it.
There he goes.
Chris just doing great things.
He didn't need to do it, but
yeah,
6-2 up.
It's how he is.
Let the stroke out a little bit.
Well, and Nick is going to be going to the B side, but not without a decent showing. Just a few mistakes, and Chris, the magician Melling, is playing absolutely incredible. We're going to get a word from him after this break. Thank you, Shane, so much for joining me.
Thanks for having me.
Ultimate Pool USA presents the Ultimate Pool USA League Grand Finals. You and your team climb the leaderboards for a shot of winning the $100,000 first prize. Survive the heart-pounding formats of match and shot clocks. Deliver for your teammates when it matters most. Track your progress with Ultimate Pool Score. All roads lead to the Grand Finals in October 2025, and your chance to claim a $100,000 first prize. And because our motto is for the players, all prizes prizes are cash payouts. Begin your journey now and sign up to your local Ultimate Pool USA League. Ultimate Pool USA, for the players.
Welcome back, everybody. Final time here in Colorado for the afternoon session. Chris Melling, a 7-2 winner over Nick Waughtal. And congratulations, Chris. Nice to see you playing so well and putting on a bit of a show for the crowd as well.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I was disappointed to lose yesterday in the shootout. In a shootout to Jordan, I know it was always going to come down to a really quick time, and he deserved to win in the end. He did a great clearance, but I felt good. I don't think I'd missed a ball up till today. So you shouldn't really miss too many on the bar box tables, to be fair. But I think Nick were a little bit nervous. He missed a couple of balls that he doesn't normally miss, but delighted to win.
Yeah, and knowing you, I'd imagine at the start of the match when, you know, obviously quite a hometown, they're from Kansas City, but there's a decent crowd behind Nick in here. Obviously a big game for him, and they're obviously right behind him. You've got a lot of love here, I know, but when the crowd's right for your opponent and they're geeing him every time he pots the ball, it just gets your juices flowing a bit, doesn't it?
Yeah, I love it, mate. You know, it's quite well known from the English pool world that the bigger the crowd, the better I play, whether they're against me or for me. It doesn't really matter. Obviously, I'd rather have them on my side.
Yeah.
But I had it years ago when I lost in the final of the Chinese Masters. I had 3,000 Chinese people cheering against me, and nobody was English there, only me. So yeah, you kind of get used to it, and that's what you play for. You want the pressure, you want the atmosphere, and yeah, bring it on.
Absolutely. Can't let you leave without asking you about that shot that you played, because it was brilliant. I mean, so little margin for error. How early did you figure out that was what you wanted to do?
Well, intentionally, that wasn't what I wanted to do. I tried to put myself straight on my second ball, just roll through, then pop the one in the corner, come off the side, top cushion, and flick the ball away. But I had the wrong angle, so I was going to snooker myself, and then I wouldn't leave an angle to get into the 8. There wasn't a lot I could do earlier on when I got ball in hand, but I knew if I had that angle on that ball, just play with a touch of right, I knew I had a chance, and yeah, luckily for me, I got on it.
Yeah, it was a lovely
I did actually play it though.
It was a lovely shot, mate. Absolutely brilliant. And well, congratulations. On to the next round you go. Cheers. As the A-side continues. And we're going to take a little break now. We're back 7 o'clock local time. So in about 3 hours, we'll be back with you with the Colorado Open as it continues with our next rounds. We will see you then. In the meantime, have some fun.